Hello, hi. Uh, um, so first of all, sorry about the title. I don't know what else to put. My head is empty. Um, and the other thing is, well, first of all, the title screen changed, which is really neat. I didn't know that they were gonna do that, or maybe it's always been changing and it's different for like investigation versus, trial? Maybe? I don't know. No, that doesn't make sense. Whatever. Maybe I changed because it's the last one. I don't know. So oh right, so another thing is that I might leave in between for not for super long, probably like a couple minutes just to eat. So yeah. Hopefully it's not during a super bad time, but yeah, that's gonna happen. So if we want, let's do like a quick recap so my brain is in function. Um, what? What was it? Right. So I think last time I said something dumb about thinking that that the box ticket was Sherlock's box, but apparently it's not actually. I don't think it's Sherlock's box because, well, because his box seems like really unrelated to that ticket. Because, like, when they were first in the shop, right? They were talking about like, oh yeah, Sherlock, you gave me that box for me to paint on with the manuscript inside, right? And then Susa was like, what? There's a manuscript here that I haven't read in this very shop, right? And he was like, yeah, that's right, right? Which means, yeah, the manuscript was in the shop and it was in the box, and we found it there too. Which means that it can't be the box that's on the ticket, because the ticket had a deadline that was 2 days before the day he died, right? So if he really did leave the box with him, then the box would have either been on the shelves or it would have already been taken, right? So yeah, unless Sherlock somehow like extended the deadline without the ticket. Wait, I don't know, but I don't know. I'm confused about the box. The box confuses me because I feel like manuscript is definitely gonna play some role in it. Somebody definitely wants it, right? After all, it's the same name as the title of the case in the game too, House of Baskerville, whatever it is. So, yeah. Okay, let's continue. When I woke up the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. No! I mean, of course she is, but oh no. Right, so Susato left for Japan, which means she's gonna be on a boat for like 50 days. What? Like, even if it was like, oh, surprise, I'm back, like, I don't think that could work out probably because she's stuck on a boat. Uh, outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. Even the sky is crying because Susato is gone. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my day. Whoa, ominous. Serving April 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey defendants and the chamber. Good morning, Gina. What a lovely morning from you. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So, where's your friend then? Sorry? What, Gina? She told you yesterday that she was leaving. You know, her in the fancy dress. Sarto, or however you say it. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, Arya? Forget about me if you go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Welcome, hi.
How are you feeling, Jeannie? Did you manage to sleep?
Iris, what are you doing here?
What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy!
Great way to show your support, kitty.
Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do?
Tamper with the evidence.
Oh, that reminds me. I found a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Ginny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Nah, always take the good news first.
You might not live to hear the bad.
Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Uh-huh. The bad news was a weather report? Oh, so like Susato's boat out of here is being delayed? Is that what's happening?
So I hope Susie made her train to Dover, and the train isn't delayed on the way to the port.
Or the train, not the boat. Oh gosh, yeah.
Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
But that's like in relation to the bad news. I couldn't give a monkey's really. Only all good news canceled out the bad.
And look, this trial made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pickpocket plunder. See?
Wow, nice alliteration.
Ch, how'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want, see if I care.
Monkeys? Oh. Dude, I don't understand half of the things Gina says. I can't because you're covering your face. Oh.
Don't worry, Runa will show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be "Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder." Isn't that right, Juno?
Juno? Runo? I don't know who Juno is. Oh, yeah, let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Who the hell? Okay. Today's paper has been entered into court record. Okay. Cockney rhythmy slang? Yeah. I haven't, like the slang she uses, I no clue. But everyone around is like, yeah, Gina's so true. What?
Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can.
Are you gonna be beside me in court? Are you?
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Well, like, you can't bring that into court. What? Thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yeah, Chini? Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up? Did they fix him up all right? Yeah, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet.
I thought he was around. He talked to Susie yesterday.
Huh? What? Eh?
He woke up, fell asleep again. They don't seem to mind what. Yeah, they really don't. They should fix that. It's been how many decades after this, and there's still weapons in the courtroom?
I asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm pretty sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Well, Gregson isn't doing a very good job, because he is awake, isn't he?
Oh, right.
No Susato-san, and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Yeah, go, Yunosuke!
Mr. Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then.
Yeah, let's go, Gina. Iris?
Lead the way, Bruno.
I don't want to say this last time, but like, is it like an ancestral thing to have like a lot of young girls around you? Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. Ah, Kazuma! If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that... Believe in your client! Believe! 17 April, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, I didn't get to see clearly. But I think... Well, she has to be, right? Iris is probably standing on a box.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. Now I call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Ah, of course, you're back. Well, duh. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
Surrounded by a dead mentor. Yeah. Oh, oops. My headphone is like not having it. So hold on. So I like have to constantly redo the volume for the Switch. Anyway.
Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
It's the same. It was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior?
It's the Eastern man on the other side of the courtroom, sir.
In what one may describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government.
Really?
Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary or murder. I confess I find it a little more than a little befuddling, counsel.
There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yeah, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those willy scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. Bro, so it's just racism. What? Did he really just say that?
He means you now, Reno.
I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? Your eyes. I just realized I have the same cape as Panzeeks, and that makes me very uncomfortable. That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directly solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people?
An alarming, scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks, and quite racist. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
I didn't look at the jurors yet. Oh! Wait, hold on. Wait, what the- what? Wait, that's the Russian revolutionary, why is he here? Racist just seems to be the base operating procedure. That's true, that's true. Ew, there's a criminal on the far right side, y'all. And then the crescent head guy whose wife is injured a person. They made some person they haven't seen, Santa Claus 2.0, who's a doctor? And then this, like, the long lady.
Shit. Former lieutenant of the British Army here. Don't you know, chaps like me were born ready.
Clean cookery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
What? Oh, oh no, he's a stereoscope guy. I guess the juror from the last case is a doctor, unless he's like, I'm his twin. Oh my god. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm here for it. I don't understand. Why can't I have left it in there? It's not possible. But could I have? What the fuck are you talking about? What is that?
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Women-centric future. Wait, stop.
Oh, she's recording it all instead of writing it. Oh man. Good. Oh wait, is that a translation? But oh my god. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Wait, how do you even be a juror? I thought you had to be a citizen to be a juror.
Is the thing wrong, Rena?
Oh, not exactly. It's just, I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Oh, Morse code. Morse code? Holy shit.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? It is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know?
Yeah, what the?
So I've been led.
Oh, so I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Phonograph? The phonograph would be sound, right? I feel like if she's using Morse code to, yet again, log the trial, right? That's gonna be hard as shit.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. It's not a phonograph. And it's just mysterious audio object.
Oh man.
The victim, Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Telegraph? Oh, okay. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. He was shot from behind. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Okay. Gestures with hand. Okay. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
Okay, report prepared. Instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back, no other signs of trauma. Coolio. Oh, and the photograph. It shows the single bullet wound. Yeah. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. Okay. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. My audio. Okay, I'll just keep this on my screen. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that the accused was discovered at the scene. Yeah. It does look like it. She had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say.
Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh, it was only a matter of time until he got out of my hands and blah blah blah.
Oh, what you was waiting for, that girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she does, because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. What? Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After this testimony, the girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or a cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks.
At once, my lord. Currency for plan. Okay. And the gun. The gun! Jean was holding. There are signs of a single discharge. Oh, okay, so they know it's only fired once then. This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno.
I think that's because it has. Oh. Okay, yeah, take it off. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on the 16th of April this year. Such a long line. Oh, hi Gregson. Witnesses, stay. Why did they look like that? Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court. Nash Skulkin.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is,
Baddie!
professional baddie.
You know, baddie is like nowadays is like a term for, like a type of girl. That's okay.
Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call...
Oh my god. The three Scullin brothers. Gregson? The ones in this case. Oh man.
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot.
Blimey, that's cool. Don't you know what you're going through?
It's our older brother. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night we came across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
Yeah, is Nash is. Very spit of him.
So we decided there ain't... so we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Big Brother Skulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Skulky Skulkin. And that's before he's run out of ships.
Well then, Inspector Skulky Gregson.
So, oh no, not Skulky, it's Sulky.
Beg your pardon, my lord, but my name's Tobias. What I would have liked to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. They're just Mario and Luigi.
Are they these three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with this lot.
2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered the establishment with the intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
Oh, by Jove, you mean to say, oh, what an extraordinary coincidence.
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize a pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. The cardboard box.
Order, order!
The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents almost straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the calibre of these
Calibri, like the font?
caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, are they, we know they're brothers, just kidding. You will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw.
Happy to.
Cause a Skulkin never Skulkin.
Get out of it.
Oh man. Legal entry.
We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the Gap's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Okay, it smells like a lie, but...
Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise minute these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel?
Yes.
What's the matter, Reno?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that parent stand. I know it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Okay.
So, we was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and gap doors were ajar, see? Okay.
Hold it!
The front door of Winniebanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this?
Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky?
How would I know?
I don't know his voice anymore.
Place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, that's sure. That's true, ain't that, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone.
There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. When these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment... Hang on. Okay. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, had already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate...
Objection!
That's pure conjecture! Huh. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment opened and ventured inside.
Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was.
Oh, oops. Go back.
Hold it!
Oh, what are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whims of thieves, does it?
It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. And there's to a bloke what looks just like our brother. I said, cut it out.
This chips are getting chomping today.
Once we got inside our core blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
Oh, I keep forgetting to press the thing before moving on.
Hold it!
There we go. A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that?
Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to it. It was, Nash. It was. Ain't that right, bro?
If we ever... I really hope so.
Firearm used belonged to the victim itself.
Yes, Mr. Winniebank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember.
When we examined it, we found that the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Winniebank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true, I remember him saying that as well.
So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court, the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful.
We went to see what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Okay. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Are you a visual learner, Ryunosuke? Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Of course, there was only one little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain all.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? So they're thieves, Ryunosuke, come on. Oh. Any normal thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I think. Oh, I forgot the order.
Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Wait, Nash, well, yeah. I suppose you have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Right, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsel. So, I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left out of that nice and quiet.
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story?
Well, it was bedtime as soon as it was, wasn't it? It was, yes, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of my Lucy lockets.
So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left. Nice and quietly, you say.
That's right, Governor. Nothing telling me we ate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of my Lucy lockets.
So you clearly like us to believe.
Come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
It was. I was that very person, yeah.
What? Bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun. And as you fled from the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes.
They shot the great Mr. Sholmes. I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Mr. Sholmes, that's beyond the pale.
How dare they shoot him? On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when... oh god, my voice is... Hold on, I need to cough, but I don't want to ruin the stream. Okay. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold on to the weapon as evidence.
Skulkin Brothers gun. Okay. So there's a gun fired by those guys. But there was also a gun fired at, what's his face? At Windy Banks. But the bullet in the wall, like on the calendar, was not from the robbers, I think. Because I know that when we ran in, that thing was already there, and blood was there. Anyway. Now, my Lord Nipponese friend. Yeah? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection.
What? Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there!
Objection.
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windy Banks that night? What? Like, is Sherlock in the hospital not enough evidence? What? Yeah, he just tripped and injured himself instead? Huh?
The court demands that all claims were affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in a pawnbroker's shop that night?
Wait. Does this work? Even though I feel like, wait, is this bullet there when we entered? The blood was there, but I don't know if the bullet was there. I don't know. Does this work? Wait, hold on. Let me do a quick thing. Okay. I feel like it's not the gun, but it can't be anything else. Is it this? The blood samples?
Take that.
Oh, okay. Evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth do you have there, counsel?
Safety safe. Yes. During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. The fuck? Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence of the courts. Evidence the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
This one.
Take that.
What is that? Explain.
It's a photographic print taken at Windy Banks pawnbrokery at the day of the incident. No, it's a friend. He hesitated the first time he said it. There were dots in front of friend. It's Nipponese and then beat friend.
The scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there.
Yeah, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
Incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot has been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes This is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Oh no! I thought when they fired the gun and it hit Sherlock, it was like in Sherlock, right? Because they had to remove the bullet from him. I think. Was that what it was? Or did it go through him? I don't. Whatever. It'll explain. Maybe.
Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Cheeks?
Sip. That's the direction my learned friend wishes to take. The prosecution has no objection. I know how to say words. What? Ah, yeah, fire. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. He keeps on being like, yeah, but you'll forgive me for doing this horrible thing, for shattering glass all over the prosecution stand. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, open-fired on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into the details.
Deal?
Tell him, Sulky. We set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew that their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. And he was trying to hide it on purpose! Van Zieks, I thought you were a man of justice! It seemed now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Cheeks?
As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Midney Bank at all. So that's it. Oh man, not the secret handshake.
That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's why I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder.
Quite a catalog, eh, Phyllis? We're in front of it now, bro.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Oh. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me, don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines. Oh, yeah, these. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh.
The quotes. The great detective.
That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has an appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Oh, that's a lot of fucking photos.
The prosecution has obtained...
that's fancy. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m. 8:30 p.m. 9:30. As the court will observe, the copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Desultory.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. Okay.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
Well, to quote Sherlock, that would be a cruel twist of fate. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witness is currently in the stand or not caught on camera.
Hey, that's a bit fried. That's a bit old fried tuck, ain't it, bro? Lady Luck loves a skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Cat stare. Whoa! Whoa, your brain is like a mile into ahead.
It must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Oh, what? Gina, what are you doing? Oh my god, Gina. Gina, why? Gina! What is this, Gina?
Good lord. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade.
Gina, what the hell is this? Why did you threaten the guy with a gun? This does not look good, yeah. As the court can clearly see, accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quiet. One can easily imagine the events that unfolded. Sorry, I can't talk. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
Can we look at all of the photographic prints in order, like, are we able to do that or not?
I don't believe it. Ginny.
In short, the accused is the only person who possibly could have killed Mr. Windybank. Gina, why? Why? Man, Gina, if you just...
Oh. Ow. Wonder if I might put a word at this point.
Let me try to figure out how his voice was saying. He's looking down at the maid who's cleaning. Is he blushing? Does he like the maid on the side? You have a wife. I'm assuming too much, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a Bailey bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maywad, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, landing the small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words, one and for all.
One for all and all for one. My hero acting. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In manner of speaking, yes.
That is the Gyarados Squadron's position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. We're gonna have to do that minigame again.
Status report for the court, man, on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too.
Oh my god. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubts. Stop. Truth is now undeniable. Stop.
I'm very sorry for brothers. They were unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Examination summation. Whoa. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already.
That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. But she did hold the gun and probably threaten him, Ginny. Man. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Ah, yes, I knew this was coming. Very well. The court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Okay. I won both their cases. I don't want to hear that from you. Okay, actually, I'm gonna double check something real quick because I might have to leave for a minute or two. Okay, yeah. I'll be back soon. Just give me a second. Or 2 seconds. More like a minute. Or 3. I'm back. I went to eat food so that I don't starve within the long hours of streaming. Okay, alright, summation examination. Sorry about that. This is what happens when things are stuck in your teeth. Oh, whatever, I'll just suffer.
All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket Tien. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
I think you'll find that if you look at a photograph in stereo, the truth just pops out. He's the one who has the idea.
If I have left it in there, I think there will be repercussions by now. Mind me up. Stop. No radio transmission verdict to follow. Stop.
In Motherland, we say, never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent. Circumstances of the crime and evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And, in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses.
Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action in the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear, these cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Sorry. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Yeah, if Gina could tell us.
Agreed.
You have the floor, Counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Yeah. They were just like there's like, yeah, I made up my mind. I think she's guilty. Like, bruh.
All the evidence clearly points the finger at
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Gyaradev, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Oh, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up in the book for the books. There is a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Yunosuke, this is not how we do this.
Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Gyaradev house was the talk of town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tendencies.
Oh.
Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did rather do a lot, but not for us. That's for dash certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. There can be no suggestion that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he paid more attention to the trial, less to juror number 2. Yeah, he is looking at her. Oh my god. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores, blah blah blah. Okay. Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
There's suddenly no tenants. Who was tracking the coming and going? Joe? But she's in jail, right? she can't know. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. That place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth.
A little harsh, perhaps.
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made of spick and span or eradicated.
Yeah, she's in jail because she hurt a lady. She injured the lady.
At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets.
It's an accident. Fair enough. Yeah, she probably obviously doesn't have like as heavy a sentence as if she did it on purpose or actually killed her, right? So she's probably just in jail for a period of time. like being in the timeout corner.
In my opinion, he should be declared as honorary maid of the captain.
Wait, you should call Sherlock the maid of Britain. Mr. Sholmes, a maid. I have something I need to draw later. I need to make a note of this. Though somebody probably already drew it. It's fine. It's for myself. Okay, anyway.
It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
A minor detail. It was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. Inspector picture. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know what's happening on Twitter, so sorry, I can't explain anything.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight away. Anyway.
Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement.
Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of the trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank.
I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir.
Sorry?
Whether it was the thieves or the pig purse, it was still the gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion.
Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't gonna be easy.
Reno, it was one of those two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it?
Yeah, without question.
Well then, I'll never forgive them.
Oh, Iris.
Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each shearer has to say first. Okay. Oh man. Okay. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Attention!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. Can it? The cat one didn't really reveal much. It was just kind of, oh, he was at a different angle. Like, what? By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's just call it a lucky guess. Oh wait, is this Sherlock in a maid dress? If I click this, is it gonna be Sherlock in a maid dress? Yeah. I'll hold on. I'm gonna copy this link and save it in a special area. Okay. Thank you for that. Extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Moderna. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we can only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. Codenamed homework. Shh, not so loud. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you.
If I had left it in there, I think I should be there to be repercussions.
What is he talking about? He's never on topic. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, no. Oh no.
What? Don't they get paid more, though? Oh, wait! Don't tell me he's the doctor who took out Sherlock's bullet. Oh my god, what kind of weirdo coincidence is that? Oh my... what? Okay.
Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it that you think you've left behind?
Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
Oh. What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not, you see yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't.
Bro. That's so dangerous, what the fuck?
So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing.
He left the scalpel in her up. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up. I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up with elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be, as well as you can be without being sure.
What? I'm sure you need to be more sure. Oh my god. Might me up, stop, go to right, okay, sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yeah, from the Empire of Japan.
All communication from the Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, and so we can send messages through electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world.
Whoa, it's wired? Well, that would make sense, but holy shit. 1,000 miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it.
You are well informed, young lady. The cables will soon be a thing of the past.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmission is the future, stop. Messages carried over airwaves, four corners of the globe, stop. Excitement growing, stop. Atmospheric electric, stop.
Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy, stop. Driving technological revolution, stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other people? I can't understand it. Really, I can't. They're just silly toys.
Oh!
Excuse me.
Oh no! Did you insult the stereoscope in front of the stereoscope guy? You shouldn't have done that. Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about Juror number 5's last remark? She loved the internet before it was a thing. She's the real pioneer. As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again. Go on. I dare you.
Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think he just might be, yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you just not use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional.
Oh, what a great way to appease the man.
No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
Oh, uh-oh. You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene, and that you can view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you've never even noticed before. What?
Have you got any, Runa? Any prints we can look at with a stereoscope?
Sure. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. This one, right? He's a VR advocate.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Ah, shit. Shite. I don't have another print.
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Show me your armband. Oh no, I should have.
Runa!
What?
You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember?
Right.
You know, one for the left eye, one for the right.
Yeah, but when we did this, it was like, okay, cool. It looked like one image now, like nothing really changed. Oh, yeah, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find. The clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Stereo doesn't mean 2, though. Thanks for the friendly explanation.
Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then.
I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me.
Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council?
Can we ask like, hey fansies, can we get the picture at 1:30 or something? All we need is another shot from a slightly different location, and we can see the scene in 3 dimensions. It's like repressive. Can you really show up new clues though? Don't know unless you try. How about this print here? Should do. What if I try with the ticket? Just for kicks. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, just kidding. Kidding. I was kidding. It was all jokes.
Oh dear, I think I need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometime.
That's true, the camera didn't... Where are the photographs? Fanzeeks, can I have the stack of photographs, please? Oh man, okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Valen Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary.
Revolutionary?
I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. He's got fat stacks and he's not sharing. People call me revolutionary, murder, autocrat.
And which glove fits?
Good day, I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it's very painful. People do not blah blah blah. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Maybe they were inside broker shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. And why do you... Oh. Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong at that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away.
Tell me something.
Oh, tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Reno?
The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London's town, aren't they? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, don't they have to be citizens?
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew.
If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over.
But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
Yeah, so we need to find the contradictions in these jurors, and what these jurors are saying, and pit them against each other. Must be ready to go whenever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Because seriously. Okay. Oh, we can pit her, and then this guy.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself! And why? My statement? Contradictory. Jury number 6. You've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have a stick. I have mouse! As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night of question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Holmes in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, A-B-D... Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Here is word. Abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organ. If this is what you mean, I should say in English. I'm Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? On the mouse. So, you were telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we've never done nothing. But truth is, they shot detective. This is double negative. Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh no, the mouse! Lying is wrong. Lying is wrong. Especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Never mind, he abused the mouse. Yeah. Enough, I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. Please leave the mouse alone. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Runa. Easily.
Sorry? What?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Oh, there we go. That's how we get the other print. Let's go, stereoscope guy.
Ah. If you compare the prints that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Tut tut tut. Calling out a prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. Yeah, now we finally get that. Okay, 1 a.m. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered a shop and summarily had heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' fight. Okay.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
Ooh, but it is a bit different though. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals only told one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yeah. Good. No, not good. You were right, I did not understand the situation. But now I know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue with trial. Oh. The mouse did like a little jump when he hit the thing.
Yay, well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting.
If only there was a device or technique. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose as truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn the situation in our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Yay! Okay, stereoscope guy. Another print in a court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. In Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth, therefore I say not guilty. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Can it really show up new clues though? Don't know unless you try. Okay. How about this print here? Okay. Haha, here we go.
Take that!
Okay, one more print. My armband!
Take that!
Okay. Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Whitney Banks on the night in question. Yes, yes, what was his voice again? Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Yes, we've been taught many times. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then they blend together. Yeah. See, like in this one, it's like, okay, well, like not much changed. Then when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were deaf. Yes, exactly.
It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important.
So what happens when you use the two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. There's a 2D Avatar movie?
Oh! Oh! Of course, now I see.
Oh, I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have your eyes, Iris. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on.
Okay. Shit, I don't see anything different on the desks. Just looking at it here.
Can you see there's a really obvious difference between them?
Well, one of them has people and one of them doesn't. Of course there is. There's 2 people in the first one. No wow, Ryunosuke, same brain.
Well, yeah, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. I can't do this, sir. Please cross them for me. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Please do this for me. I can't. Wait.
Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno?
Not really. Please help me. I can't do this. I'm just not very good at this. That's the trouble.
Oh, don't worry. I have just the thing. I happen to bring with me a portable stereoscope.
The game was like, like, yeah, you can try to do it yourself, but you know, we know you kind of dumb, so. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but you just had that contraption with you from the outset. You could just save me staring at Mr. Windybank and Gina like I hate them all that time.
And if you remember, I said in reply that it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Anyway, why don't you try using this helpful little aid now?
Okay.
Here goes!
Huh? Now, let's see what we've got. Wait, look at that. What's going on with these 2 pictures? What? What happened? I don't get it. Oh, some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. What do you mean? The giant. Yes, that's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power?
Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh?
That's perfect. Yeah, that's true. Wait, it was originally on 3DS though, I'm pretty sure.
Why did you do some things on account and seem to jump out at you like that,
I think you'll find it if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope. You answer your own question.
Basic principles of the stereoscope?
As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures 3-dimensionally. So basically, the stuff on the counter there shifted. Is that what our result is? In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, it shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions.
Yeah, there must have been.
Okay.
Now hold a fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp on this whole cross-eyed business thing now, I say. But why the devil does this shift between the 2 prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I haven't the first idea.
You know, Reno, it's quite simple.
It is.
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter seems to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means...
That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, Someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookers! Someone tampered?
New information? Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop.
Yeah. We've had to go around in circles a little here, but it seems, but I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know that the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. It's gotta be Susato! No. Where are they? I kinda wanna check the... Oh right, this guy. I forgot about this guy. Nash Skullkin. Ringo Skullkin. I'm guessing it doesn't matter which one I present. It's probably them, right? Lario and Luigi.
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skullkin brothers.
Wait! No, not the rat! This does not agree with what the brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not have time to pull dukes from Lady Lockets. My phrase book says dukes meaning hands and Lucy Lockets meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is that what you're saying? Is this what you're saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on a minute, you can't be sure of that? I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated. Wait, Yunosuke? No, Yunosuke is saying this. But as my learned friend indicated that she was coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. They're both learned friends. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skullkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony.
But the accused is a pick purse, common gun and trash. Why look for any further than a wrongdoer here?
Because the Skullkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better. In fact, worse than the pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from the shady pair. He uses his head, not his hands. Okay, Surgeon Man. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Yeah. That's great, yeah.
Wholeheartedly agree, stop. Must purchase after trial, stop. Will return home via Regent Street, stop.
Oh my god. The surgeon is a headbang rocker. You could probably record that one part and just loop it, and his head would go back and forth. Well, it would seem this trial has yet run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. Two lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done! Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. But alright. Okay, stereoscope.
or advantage. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it wouldn't spoil the banquet to do so, my lord. Yay! Oh my gosh, she's so tiny. I want myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Oh my god, to be continued? What? That was really short for a section. Huh. Okay, save. Rocky and stage and stuff. Perfect. For potential future reference.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witness, you will now take the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination.
Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did.
Mr. Skulkin.
Core, blimey.
This is gonna be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windybanks.
And it was bedtime soon as, wasn't it? Weren't it?
It was, yes, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets.
However, that was a lie. You brothers.
Core, blimey.
On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
We never done nothing of the sort. How did you figure that out?
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth.
Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Oh my god. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again.
Ah.
A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gov. We hear you. We're black. We'll speak. We're peach.
Illegal entry, the whole truth.
Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't riffling for nothing. It was when we heard a gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff was flying. Lummy, it didn't have give me a fright. We were thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back when we found it and scarpered straight into the black. We could have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
So you admit to the defendant's accusation.
You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tied it up, yeah. Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
It can't just be a coincidence that these men showed up at Windybanks last night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Okay, we did knock a few things over, but they weren't rifling.
Hold it!
What were you rifling for? If that's the case, why didn't you testify to that fact in the first place?
Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky.
Sorry.
We ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we?
All three of these. Gregson's like, no.
We ain't, Nash. We ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble.
And in fact now, as the result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourself in even more trouble.
That's rotten luck.
Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses. Explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tied the place up. Sorry. It was when we heard the gunshots. He made us both jump and all of us were fine.
So, what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter.
Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerds need to learn how to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me and dead granny would have woken up in that bang. Big bro here screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, candlestick and some skull and whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked them skills on the floor?
You really mastered working quietly then.
What a racket! Me granny would have scared back into her grave in the cloud like that.
So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
And then some. It was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam!
He's... Excuse me, is there a reason why you're eating your fish and chips so loudly? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in these scoundrels.
In with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seemed to react just now to what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas in the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave told a slightly different story as to what they're saying now.
Did it?
You claim you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas?
If I discovered a witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to take the very harshest punishment to bear against him.
Easy. Better get it right this time.
That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now.
And speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Sirs.
Right you are, Gov.
Okay.
Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it. So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously.
Well, we did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard kind of a wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
If you don't want to give shot and give me...
Huh?
A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we would. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank?
On me granny's life. Of course it was. On his granny's life. Of course it was.
I thought you have the same granny. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice?
So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas?
Yes, Count.
Yes, Cantor, indeed it would. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. Well, how am I supposed to deny it when the bloke in all the fancy clobber is giving us the evil eye?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
On me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be.
It's a good job his granny is dead. To summarize, then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, blah blah blah. Okay. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the
Hold it!
You're saying Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands?
Oh yeah, I bet that was a shot, eh? The two of them waving guns at each other. Must have got pretty.
Wait, there were two guns?
Yeah. I mean, just before she shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, man. More like an empty thought, yes, you could say.
Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on his shop at counter all times. People say to protect the articles in his keeping. He readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. Yeah, but the someone was him. That's someone being himself, of course. Yeah.
Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger at the end of the night. Only the person who he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Of course it's a goose proper. Bet he wished he squeezed his trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun!"
And it was directly after those words you heard the gunshot.
It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Yeah, a career in acting very tragically missed.
Then we heard some. We heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. Lummy didn't care. What? It didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next.
Oh, oops.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
Not on your life. It went deadly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up in me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way it was opening.
Yeah, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we?
Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like, through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps?
Don't ring no bells, no night, no nights. We had to cut and run before we know if anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day... we'll really cut the mustard.
Please cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yeah, unfortunately. Gina was there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm... my voice, water. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you stepped foot into the storeroom?
That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered right into him in the back.
No. I don't know how to navigate things. There we go.
Hold it!
Yeah, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. You're shaking like a leaf? Don't put a loaded gun in your hand. If you're shaking like a leaf,
Yeah.
Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note, main bitch. After that, we lugged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to coppers or something that, so they clapped the darbies on us like winking.
And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah. But listen, that proves nothing, didn't it? Oh, that proves it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Could have shot the pawnbroker, see we didn't have a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that?
What? Well, 'cause it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in.
All that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. Correct?
You got it, mister. Down to a T.
So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony?
What is it, Runa? You look very fierce. I can pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movements, their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brains will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described.
Ah, the vibe check.
You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should just trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Alright, we did not confuse. Okay, so I think because they were saying that we never met Mr. Windybank, but they recognized his voice, right?
Hold it!
Hmm. Do I have to present evidence, or am I just supposed to press a lot? I can't think of any evidence that would work in this case.
Objection!
Oh wait, no, I don't want to do that! Wait. Never mind, totally planned. Yeah, what did I even present? The picture, right? Photograph of Gina. So the bloke owned the place holding a gun, so you should have just fired it instead of yelling at the girl. Oh! Is this like how I feel like there were two guns, right? Because they were saying that Winnie Banks said, if you don't want to get shot, right, you better give me the gun. Which means Winnie Bank had a gun because he's telling them if you don't want to get shot, right? So there couldn't have just been one gun there. Doggo. Okay, that's probably what it is then. Whatever. Whatever. If it broke, if it not broke, then don't fix. Victim. Okay, so you're saying that on the next night in question, the victim, Mr. Winnie Bank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, now she has. No question.
And yet, the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winniebank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken at a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, Consul.
Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer would have been able to turn the tables on the girl, eh?
Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence.
Ugh.
Continue with the cross-examination, Counsel. And he may earlier warn witnesses?
Skulkin's never skulking.
Oh, wait, so it wasn't. Wait. Huh? What? Okay. Holding the gun, so you should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. Hang on. No. Nah, the door handle's okay. Yeah, you can kind of see it move in the evidence pictures. That's cool. Oh man, okay. Okay, wait, hold on, I'm gonna safety save. Cause it's definitely something with like not recognizing his voice, I think.
Hold it!
Because what? Because they were like, oh yeah, we know it was him, but they've never seen the guy before, right?
Hold it!
Alright. How? Can I shut the porn book?
Hold it!
I don't think it's... Maybe it's the same line, but I need to present a different piece of evidence?
Objection!
Yeah. Not this. Yeah, okay, I messed up. I was just having fun. I'm sorry, Judge. Exactly. There's nothing striking about it.
What does strike me is your propensity for inane, however.
Ugh, I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. How do I clear my head if it's already clear? There's nothing in it. The bloke was on the place when I should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Let me leave, but we was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. Just before the gunshot, we heard the voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Let's do this. What? Oh, I can examine this. Neato. Yay! Oh, look at that! It's totally changed shape just from one little button press.
Well, that is what the button's for, Reno. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do.
Us boys? Says the 10-year-old girl.
Anyway, now that you see it's really a stereoscope, can't you?
Can I look through it? Ooh. Wow. So much information. Just left me on the bottom. Okay. Alright. It's just a stereoscope, like... Right? Oh, I can examine the guns! Right. Even though it doesn't really tell me anything, it's just a gun. This is Mr. Winniepink's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Winnipeg always used to keep this gun on hand in his shot counter.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right, to keep all the pawn articles that were in his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting a shop, I wonder, trying to keep the articles safe? Thoughts. Okay. Okay, that's all the same. Okay, I mean, it just looks like normal. This one too. Seems like a normal gun. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of these revolvers' 6 cylinders.
Yep, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yeah, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through Winniepink's door.
I'll make those betties pay.
Yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up, Iris. Oh man, what? I'm so lost. Okay. Guilty case notes. Okay. Well, that's not this. Iris' story. Example is portfolio, pawnbroker's ticket. Gina representation papers. No. What? Cause okay, right?
Hold it!
Boy stealing now, give me that gun. Maybe this one?
Objection!
No. Stealing now, give me that gun. Look, who owned the place was holding a gun, so you should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Today's paper. Pawnbroker perishes in pickpocket plunder.
How awful. For Ginny, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be, "This charged diver is dauntless do-gooder," right?
Yeah, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps.
Protects planet?
Ooh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. Well, only if you can get this one testimony done.
Oh, what's this on the back?
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well, look. Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news.
It's about the secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted. But how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno?
No, of course not. I just wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yeah, it could be. It could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Okay. Well, that doesn't help us here. But interesting. There's a single bullet. Autopsy. Single bullet wound from the. Oh, from the back? From the back? From the back? This one, right? From the back? From the back? You were shot from the back? What? Where'd it go?
Objection!
I think I got the. Damn it, you say? I think I got the place wrong. Huh? Seems to me that is a damning inconsistency here.
Would you misplace confidence of that assertion?
Damn it. Ah! I'll figure it out, I'll figure it out. I think it's that, right? That he was shot from the back, but he was talking to the girl. This one, maybe?
Objection!
Damn it! Oh my god. I'll reload if I get the next one wrong. Okay. Wait. Is that not it? It's gotta be either this one or this one. Shot and scampered straight into him in the black. Is that gonna be... What was this?
Hold it!
I'm struggling hard. Oh, okay, this is when they left.
Hold it!
So, is it the last one? About, like, how they couldn't have known, what do you call it? The guy. Wait. Oh, I'm going back and forth, I'm an idiot. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, we never had a chance, did we? No, it doesn't. Ah, what? Oh my god, I don't. What? Wait. Huh? Huh?
Objection!
Okay, yeah, I didn't think that was right either. Okay. Just thinking the shooter come out the door and get us in there. Bloke was on the gone. We should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. And then when we presented this thing before,
Objection!
there was talk of... You're saying the night question which was moving a gun, correct? Yeah.
Objection!
Surprisingly, the defense not... So... Failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your oh. Oh, okay. So they're saying that it was too early and that he could have had the gun after that photo. You're right, Nash. You're right. I think I'll use him. Highly likely. Ugh. What? What? Holding a gun, so you should just fine instead of yelling at the girl. I still feel like it's the autopsy saying that he got shot in the back. So, what? What? Isn't it that he got shot in the back? Oh, actually, I pressed it again. Huh? Right, because in their little acting thing that they did to depict how it happened, he was being shot from the front. But when I present the autopsy report here, right, single bullet wound upper half of victim's back. Bullet entered the body from the back. Yeah. But it wasn't this. Like when it said, give me that gun, it didn't work, right?
Objection!
Yeah. What? Then what? Huh? What? And it's also not the other one, right?
Objection!
Okay. Then what? What? Huh? Okay, hold on. So... Focus of yelling at the girl. Give me that gun. Does it work if we present, like, the photograph?
Objection!
No.
Hold it!
Oh wait, wrong thing. Ah! This is the worst feeling because I feel like I'm missing something.
Objection!
It was this? So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? If this turns out to be like what, he was shot in the back instead of the front, and that's why he couldn't have been like, give me the gun at the girl, I will be so angry at Ace Attorney. Because the autopsy report says the same thing, right? Or is it like, when he was shot, he was holding a gun, so he should have had the gun in his hand? I think it might be that latter reasoning, actually. So he was like, oh, when he was shot, he had... Because before, with the other photograph, they were talking about, like, oh, if you could just show an instance that was closer to the time of death, or something like that. Man horse. Okay. 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 That's it, Gov. You got the picture.
Yes, Nash, yes, no question.
And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winniebank was not holding a firearm of any description.
You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in an incident. It would remind the court that Mr. Winniebank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, but it was found in an accused's hand.
Yeah, that mold tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Say exactly where you are, right there.
Eh?
If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Wow, okay, so this is the autopsy. Where's the proof that demonstrates that this inconsistency in the wound? Okay. Wow.
Take that!
According to the testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun!" followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Shulkin.
But it's God honest proof. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes.
You saw it with your eyes? Did I hear you just now? Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winniebank holding a gun?
Some like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. On the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash, Order! Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, we're supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruth of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us?
He? What are they talking about? ZIEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEeeeks? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Oh, maybe not, ZIEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEE
for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well, do we have to?
On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Witness testimony. Encounter with the victim.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he better, and then Fu was just like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
Wait, so he's saying, give me that gun at you guys?
For an old geezer, that bloke was strong as an ox. He took me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and that's when, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
What? So they fought with the old guy? Did they even see Gina? What? So, you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Well,
We find ourselves at an interesting juncture. It changes matters considerably. But honest, government, this time, we ain't got nothing more to add.
Very well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Encounter with the victim.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed
Hold
up.
it!
Okay. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank.
Well, oh sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought we was gonna come out of the back room like that. Oh, but we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that.
The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom?
Yeah, that must have been where he popped up from. Only place he could have been.
Oh. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises.
Which means Guinea must have been in there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina has been... I said her name wrong again. If Gina has threatened Mr. Windybank in a storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have entered from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at that time?
What, that mole tour? Couldn't tell you. No way, Cobber. No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then threw at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
Oh, oops.
Hold it!
So, you mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling at the other side of the storeroom door.
Oh, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim, Mr. Windybank, wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey, love me, a great ugly barrel and pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with the gun at that time, is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. And all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was Bedlam. I didn't know who he was going for.
You were going for who? Sure. You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, he thought we had it. I mean... For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He trucked me over the counter.
Hold it!
Okay. Sorry. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah. Of course we did.
You knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull and whatnot.
I got tangled up in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked over the scales on the floor?
So, in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter?
Well, Big Bro here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you.
I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him.
He did, Nash, he did. And if you had been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via the secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to achieve it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. Oh, that's right. When the brothers fled the scene back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windybank, he did everything he could to protect the shop. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door in the back room.
Hold it!
Okay. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank?
Oh, no, never. I was just, you know. Looking out for me, bruv, wasn't I? He was being flattered, don't forget. Flattened.
By a man whose shop was being burgled, yeah. And then, the man flew into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Well, when you pointed your gun at him, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in.
Something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hands again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
So the inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Okay.
Look, the point is me and Bruv here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and Bruv here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Okay, yeah. You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing, girl, nothing. Old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked, and it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch.
So, in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom of the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ugh.
It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel?
I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank? There could have been? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
It what? What's that look for?
From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did?
What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question who shot the man could there be?
Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect to two conundrums.
Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe?
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Rita?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely.
Now, time for some clarity.
Show the court this plan. Ooh, I think I have the answer. It just hit me. Couldn't they have shot him through the cubby hole? Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. Okay. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. From here? Defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? In here?
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winniebank died instantly from a bullet wound to his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkins brothers' earlier testimony,
I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
if Mr. Winniebank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment, when the victim was fleeing for his life, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
What? Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Right. It means that the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Oh, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. Oh, okay. I guess that's a good explanation. I was thinking that too, because like the cubbyhole obviously is probably around eye level of Mr. Winniebank, so it wouldn't make sense for the upward trajectory thing. But if he was walking forward and his body was forward, okay, sure.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winniebank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in that lock? But he locked the door and then started running away and then he got shot. How hard is that to understand, Mr. Van Zeeks? What if someone else locked the door? Yeah, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so?
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court.
Okay.
In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
What? Then what, Gina?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was only the other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered a sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions will only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
Yeah, that's a tricky one, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, Those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh yeah, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winniebank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winniebank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders? Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yeah, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang! Hidden back by the bullet, Mr. Winniebank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winniebank. As soon as the thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But why? Well, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't good, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
But you had a gun on you. You fatally shot Mr. Sholmes. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winniebank's murder. Where does this leave us?
You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the big pickpocket after all? I should have known that it was those three brothers. They look shady as a dead spores.
Oh no, poor Gregson.
That was amazing, Rita. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know. First time ever, and probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not.
Well, that's reassuring. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing?
I find the situation amusing, Lord Van Deeks. I myself find the defendant's argument most persuasive.
Great older brother. He's not his older brother! I dare say, such... What is that word? Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. Family is what's in your heart. Oh my god. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable petite foggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward is so ostensibly, credibly cannot. No, what? Huh? What? Huh? What? Hypothesis you put forward is so ostensibly, credibly cannot, and will not stand. Your hypothesis is bad, is what he's saying. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your own logic's failing?
I say, Lord Van Deeks, why did I need to explain this bad conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground,
A fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
Ah, by George, count bullets. Oh dear. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir! Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. The second, that which struck the detective, detective in quotation marks, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body and struck the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, I think you'll find
That if a single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means...
Windybank not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop.
exactly. Yes, this Nepalese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Shit.
Order! Order! Order!
Mommy, I got hit on the head with a wine bottle.
Timmy, it's okay. Don't worry. We'll sit next to her. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Street performer, big fan.
Lord Van Jeeks, please stop throwing your bottles around.
But the court needs to open its eyes. That's racist. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Miss Gina Lestrade is no ordinary girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. What? The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. Ding ding. And I hear, oh hey, it's the music. I forgot about the music disc. Oh my god. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Like disc.
Yeah. I'll be taking out whatever it is of Mr. McGilda's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That's what it is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mr. McGilda has been taken in as evidence now.
Yeah, that music box disc. Mr. McGilda's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious!
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There's no depth to which this girl would not stop. It would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's...
Lord Van Zeeks, I am... Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and, I think that it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to blame Zeeks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting.
But those were his instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I'm the prosecution. I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Your warning. The prosecution wishes to proceed to submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Okay, we gotta check the thing. We gotta check the blood. The prosecution has established accused motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Finally can check the disc. Oh wait, we already know that it's Mr. McGilden's disc because we did see that before. But we can check the blood on the disc, right?
Oh, Reno, look! This is blood!
Yeah, you're right. It's just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Haha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought I've been waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Reno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
She's just doing this mid-trial. It's green! Oh my god, which means Mr. Egbert Benedict was there. He was there. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Let's go. Oh, we're not gonna say it's him. Okay, maybe we're maybe no. I had a feeling that it would be Egbert because of how they brought up the whole blood analysis thing. We definitely had to analyze the blood on the disc eventually, right? And because he got scratched with the disc plate and left blood on it from him, right? We know that that blood is his, which we can use to identify. Which means he was here! Okay. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Reno.
My lord. Oh man. I wonder if I might say something at this point.
Proceed, Mr. Foreman.
Been stumbling in a bit of fog up till now, and truth be told. But all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me, man. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Oh, don't tell me we're gonna do another summation examination. I'm gonna cry.
Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your liens at the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Oh my
Guilty.
god.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
No. You have a consensus among the jury, it seems. You have eliminated impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Ah, how dare he use it against us?
Oh my god. Does that mean that Van Zieks reads Sherlock Holmes stories? So, don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Whitneybank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination today. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Gearbest Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
Here we go again.
Judicial findings.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
What the fuck are you saying?
As long as 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
I think that the bullet didn't pass through Sherlock. I think the bullet's in Sherlock. Right? Or like it was, you know, yeah. And I think the surgeon will probably tell us that. And then we can you know, knock this one out. And then the other ones maybe with the disc to kind of show that there was another person at the scene of the crime. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation could cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistic suspect. I've seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
Oh. Okay.
I assume there's a little remaining room for doubt.
I have to admit, I was rather bowed. I don't know what his voice is. I have to admit, I was rather bowed over by the argument put forward by the chap in black.
But that fell apart like half the cause. I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
Ugh. The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor is being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things that she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor your spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Oh my god. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. Okay.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Slap. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. Defense's rebuttal. Okay.
One rogue, always just rogue. Okay,
Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Ah, well.
Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
I beg your pardon?
Were you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Yeah, making assumptions about people because they're from a certain country is also wrong and dangerous.
Well, yes, you have a point there, I suppose.
But let's not forget that the girl had already shown that she has had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she had it in her, are you referring to this?
Exactly. Try to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken?
Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh yeah, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of this, didn't he? And then he ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe.
We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
Mr. McGilda's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Like, please look at the bloodstain.
It's only 2 bullets were found in the scene. I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
Okay. So the number of bullets that has you convinced?
Only 2 bullets were fired, and 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yeah?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. One or two guests rather like the fine china.
What, they take them? Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I can prove it. I don't know. Oh, wait. The third bullet. Yeah, I don't got that. How do I say I don't got that? Look at my cronut badge. I, don't suppose this passes the third bullet. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my dear learned friend. Okay. Coming from you, I'm gonna take that as meaning not much. In no way does that resemble a bullet. Check inside Holmes, it should be right next to the scalpel. Yeah, if we just, like, open him up. If only there was, like, a way to present profiles. Just present his profile. Ugh.
Counsel, at the very least, I would expect the new evidence you present to be in the correct form.
Ugh. Oh, I lost a point? Really? But it didn't save. Okay. It's been a long day.
Let's actually try to find this third bullet before we attempt that again, Bruno.
I didn't know that they would penalize me. Okay, safety safe. Before I drag myself more. Okay. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look, it was a pickpocket. So, if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, one left eye and one slightly different right eye one. Exactly! Then you'll be able to see the scene in 3 dimensions, like this! So, if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yeah, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? God, all of his words are like in relation, like it's like the stereo, whatever it's called, stereoscopes. They're like stereoscope metaphors. This is a waste of time. I'm not gonna change this man's mind anytime soon. Yeah.
I never imagined a simple operation would cost me such grief.
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Uh-huh.
I mean, there is no question that the man was shot, but the bullet has simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
What? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you're operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Leech? No. Herlock? No. Hairlock?
Herlock Sholmes by any chance?
Yeah, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow!
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right, using the very latest anesthetic techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major operation, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly.
They said he'd been shot by some criminal or another, so I opened him up like a shot.
Totally random group of 6. Yeah.
But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find a bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fiddle back up.
Oh, so wait, so we what? Okay, well there goes my third bullet theory. It's not in Mr. Sholmes. I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes?
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the skull components fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, and then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door.
I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Ah, what do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
Oh, okay, so it's still in him? What?
That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was stowed somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly what why I'm set about slicing him up. And I'm none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can someone please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one?
Wait, so the bullet got shot in Mr. Holmes, and it's in him, right? But then they didn't find it during the surgery? What? Where'd it go? What? Okay, we'll come back. Oh, okay.
Accused attempted a theft in the previous day. Busy day ahead. Okay.
What do you mean you're in for a busy day?
For God's sake, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop.
A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out for the entire world electronically.
To the entire world?
Thousands of miles of cable under the sea, stop. Worldwide communication network, stop. Information transferred to and from all corners of the globe, stop.
Yeah. She was getting equally worked out about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she?
I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices.
I see.
I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I'm ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. It's the thing I don't know about.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way this is just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how you say, extreme, violent,
Extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
The bells, those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult done. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you can ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No. Still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Okay. Penzix has managed to convince everyone.
We have eliminated the possible, he said. But he hasn't.
If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again.
Turn around, turn about.
Okay. Oh, no, wrong thing. Okay. So, boop. And then, boop. Music didn't stop. Did I do it wrong? Two statements clearly contradict each other?
Sorry, Obi, I can't accept that as squadron.
What? What? No, my points! My points! My points!
All fighting for common controls, don't you know, my chaps? No way they contradict one another.
I was so confident I didn't save or anything. Ah! I mean, I saved before, but that was like testimonies ago.
There's a lot of questionable characters in Gyarados Squadron. You might have to listen to what they have to say a few times before it starts to make sense.
Yeah, impress them on anything that sounds suspicious. That's the way forward here. But still, should we really be labeling members of the jury as questionable? Okay, maybe I have to press the doctor again. I think that's what it is. Safety, safety. Okay. Oh no, not wrong thing. Here.
Hold it!
Mr. Sholmes' surgeons on the jury? I've expected some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous.
I'm as surprised as everyone.
But there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot?
Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, Doctor? It wasn't a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. I suspected he was shot at quite close range, too, because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry.
Burnt?
As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back. There was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out.
And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient.
Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it was in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there was some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy.
Oh, okay, that's why I have to, okay. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. Okay. Oh, okay, I see where we need to go.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is put the jurors against each other. Did I get it wrong? My audio cut out, so I don't know. Oh, wait, no, I can. Okay, yeah, okay, it's fine.
Oh, a ballistics expert?
Pitting. P-I-T-T. The night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Violet. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away from mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on a dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And the situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where'd the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. What?
Well, if it didn't hit you, then why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from the lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that situation of mystery is the solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
Okay, I don't think that applies here though.
But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain in another country.
Yeah. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Reno, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears the little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? She might have noticed something like that.
Yeah, a pouch. It's where he keeps these glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
Isn't that dangerous if the chemicals like went in his body? What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived in the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may. Lord Van Zeeks? Well, I realize it's forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. What the fuck? Why? Huh? Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived at the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it's been in my safekeeping along with all the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during the summation examination, I must demand that prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it?
Look at that. One of the files is broken, and vials, I'm guessing, is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into Walla's shop. Damn it, that means there's no third bullet, huh? A delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The Bungling and Burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh.
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
No, thank you very much. Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Ugh. Haley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Okay. Time to examine the pouch. It's really scorched badly just here.
Oh, the strap is broken, look.
So this must be where the bullet hit, and then...
Let me see.
Oh! It's still there. That wait, hold on. First of all, holy shit, that means this pouch is like really fucking hefty. Like, what the hell? That's a strong ass pouch. The bullet couldn't pass through it. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was. Do you see it?
Ah, it's a Skulkin Brothers bullet.
I struck a look that it hit his pouch. It's an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windy Banks that night.
We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that juror again, I think. Yeah! Yay! Oh, thank God. Can we examine anything else? I don't think so. I think it's just stuff.
These last files are full of Hurley's homemade potions.
Homemade?
Yeah, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things, and scent amplifying solution to identify a smell lingering on an object.
That's amazing.
They're all very easy to use, though there's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth, or just oblivious to the dangers. It's probably the latter. Okay. Yeah!
Now, simulation examination, it would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion,
Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, it's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and now you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow. I'm sure of it. Okay. Alright, maid girl. Oh wait, wrong button.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that have you convinced?
Only 2 bullets were fired, and 2 guns that fired them have...
Okay, yeah. Yeah, this we all seen. I can prove it!
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windy Banks, pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? His pouch was removed from Mr. Sholmes' waist when he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say that the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yeah. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know about the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
Oh,
2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that was Mr. Windybank, and that belonged to the Skulkin brothers.
And an examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
but that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. Until that incontrovertible inconsistency. They like using this phrase a lot. Incontrovertible inconsistency, and it's very... my mouth. It's somehow explained. We cannot and must not pass judgment. Oh! Yeah. That one pose he does, it looks like he got smacked.
Order, order, order. On this summation examination remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
Oh, by Jupiter. What?
Bailiff, bring the witness back to the stand at once.
Okay. We can continue, I mean... okay. Gregson's still there.
Witnesses.
Governor!
Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
But make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing of nothing if I can't help it.
Is it one of yours?
Gorblimmy, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What? Never! Skulking brothers work alone. It was just the two of us. That's our trademark.
Bro, Gregson's right there. What do you... Your third brother, you're just treating him like he doesn't exist? How soon... How soon we forget poor Sulky? Only two of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yeah?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. And Lord, I think it's clear that what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret opponent, they had another gun. They had a secret accomplice! That night, at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Well, who was it?
It was Sulky, the real one. No. An accomplice, you say? Pigs will. Pigs will what? Fly? These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet, in all that time, there had not been a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed.
Ugh.
The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Gregson isn't sulky. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of the spurious character. Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel?
Suppose to prove the existence of the accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready. I didn't get to read but I'm still ready. I'm ready. Defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, mighty Pony's friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think that you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it'll make the difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moment leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you had that there was a third and blah blah? Okay, yeah.
Blood samples. Evidence is right here in this portfolio.
By Jove, it's that portfolio again, isn't it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Okay, give me a sec. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of its third intruder. Or proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? This one.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of this calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
A bloodstain?
Green blood. Curious, even for you. the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature. It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. By the great detective!
New invention, stop! Not yet appeared in stores, stop! It's this, you see? It doesn't have a name yet, though. It's Fogger. This Fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's...
Sorry, I'm moving around.
reacts with different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements? Oh, different elements of people's blood.
Yeah, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Ooh, that brings a whole new extra dimension to looking at blood.
Talk of blood in the courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop.
As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. Ah, striking blue. Or, that's the judge. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold fire there, young man. Could be some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood was it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering any gunshot injuries, which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? It's the Eggs Benedict guy. Yeah. The man's name is Egbert Benedict.
Egbert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Cancel?
He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place. The accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into procession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. I forgot his name. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, dude. Yes, sir, article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
That's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music boxes too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windybank for a print showing the fellow.
Oh. Hey, there he is.
Take it for one of his red-handed recorder grubbies.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice.
Well, Mr. Skulkin? Oh, well, Mr. Skulkin?
I've never seen that geezer before in my life. All my life, Grove, all my life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprising. It appears our witnesses disagree with this. There's somewhat unsurprising. Sure, your lordship recalls my learned Nepalese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yeah, I can. Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
Docs, this is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm gonna drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to court, counsel?
Yeah, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man in this photographic print is in fact the person struck by the third bullet. It's... What? Struck by the third bullet? That was Sherlock. The phrasing is weird. Can we do this?
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windybanks.
Which is when the aforementioned Edgar Benedict appeared on the screen, I believe. Or on the scene, yeah. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir, here's a disc for you.
Ellipses. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine.
Ugh. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it contains small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and resulting in a smear of blood that is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using
my trusty Fokker gun.
Yeah, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say,
It's green. Looks exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
I forgot who juror number 5 is. Is it the lady? Maybe it's the lady. Anyway, evidence is the evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Windybanks earlier that day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night.
So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Why? What are you talking about? It's boiling here.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on for long enough now. This fragrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. I've read the books. A lot. The protagonist in the series short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court of the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. Bruh. So the bloodstain turned a shade green. What of it? Here's to your successfully proving that no other blood in the world will turn the same color.
Well...
And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish?
I don't know, I mean, he is a great detective.
What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that.
But then what do we do? I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice do I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before.
Father Christmas?
About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination.
Ah.
In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Which means the prosecution has to shut the fuck up.
Oh, good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what a certain other people think of the Curly's invention. At least, not for now.
Yeah, she's right. Holy shit.
Young lady, you have quite a devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right? Would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Shom's partner is a force to be reckoned with. And she's only 10.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precise blah, 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 of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you to find your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Oh,
Guilty.
Not guilty.
the head. Okay.
2 call guilty, 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue.
Ugh. Ugh. Such a weird pose for him.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, it's quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Can I say something? Go flinch. Who was that, please? Who spoke? Oh,
It was me, my lord.
juror number 5?
Whatever you say, madam.
If possible. Inspector,
Me, ma'am?
I wonder if you might show the photographic pin to me again. The one with the gentleman. Oh, the one in which the gentleman is shown.
Ah, right, this one you mean? Of Mr. Benedict.
Do you know him?
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What?
No. Good gracious!
Wow, yeah, the totally random jury. Oh my god.
Order! Order! Juror number 5, how on earth?
I'm a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see,
The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop.
why are your eyes like that? I'm scared about what's coming.
A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. You should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. But it's a bit unexpected to find out has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yeah, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
If the gentleman at the London's communication station is at the London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Geeks, if you please.
Yes, yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship is.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear a gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson?
Yes, my lord?
I should like to hear from you specifically about the events in Prombrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
Save, save, save! Save, save, save! Where am I saving? Not there. It's here. Okay. Alright, trial part 3.
17 April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant antechamber.
Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Oh, Ginny! Are you alright? Why didn't you say anything?
Thoughts?
What's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble fighting so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture?
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think you would have captured a scene like that, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's going to think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend that it wasn't a bit of shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Runa's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Aris? Then we had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yeah, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-in-1 to Winniebank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of Baskervilles. I don't know what it would spout or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something about it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he didn't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in love with... What? Sticking... Huh? What? What word is that? Sticking it in lug with Winniebank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
Right. So you broke into Winniebank's.
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark, as you said, as you like it. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. You were the girl who was in here this... What voice? Okay. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I don't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with... Oh, did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The hound of... the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want to. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Okay. So then, the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. Right. And it was there, alright. Mantle script. Sholmes wasn't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up, out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers are arriving on the scene, yeah. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I went back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out in the storeroom myself, when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it in as quick as you like. Because he thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew... Windybank was a goner. Okay. I felt funny in my head also, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Oh, did she pass out then afterwards? That must have been when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, Old Cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I keep telling lies, it'll make things even worse for me. You'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rita's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon? What? That Edgar Benedict. Yeah? I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow.
Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all to Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo.
Yeah?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGilden, we told you a whole pack of lies. Ain't you got the bog trotter off with him? Enough with it, even though he was a killer.
No, I can never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another kill off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was accused in the trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I'm sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who had done it.
Oh, Runo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. Oh, I miss him so much. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. He had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and no good liar.
You're not like Mr. McGilden. I know that.
Eh? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Iris!
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yeah,
That's really all we need to know.
exactly! Mr. Nara Odo, I...
Oh, Gina! Do you want a hug, Gina? Bro, bailiff, read the fucking mood. Wait, no, he's a bailiff. His job is to not do that. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Okay. Yes, of course. Thank you. Gina, do you still need a hug? We can still hug it out. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh, Kazuma! man. April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Daily Courtroom. Why are they standing so far away from each other? They gotta make room for the third brother.
I hereby call this court. Sorry. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Or Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presence of the case heard by the court this morning.
An eternal BF, best friend. Yeah, best friend. Oh my god. Dude, there's no way you think there's no way you think of your best friend that often, come on. Right? Like, wow, okay. Alright. I think maybe actually, you know what? I won't say anything.
The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried message to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. The next one dying is gonna be the judge.
Oh, what?
Senpai lover, totally platonically. Yeah. His partner, they use the word partner, like come on, man.
Some witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. I wish him showing him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. It's certainly not like this. Oh, there he is.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Yeah, Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps someone could kindly explain what all this is about? You were apprised of this situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. I think they have the same voice, oh no. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbroker on Baker Street.
Some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation indeed.
This really is beyond the joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
I forgot he does this. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Witness testimony. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I concluded with these thugs to break into place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Okay.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest in court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. Not detective is not a toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it will seem that the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh, we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh, by golly! Don't insult the jurors. Are you stupid, Graydon? How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following the defendant's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least.
Let's not hold up Mr. Grayson any longer than necessary, Consul. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So... Did you hear like a thump in the background? If you did, I don't know what that was, but it might be fireworks. Yeah, it's probably fireworks. Anyway. So we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. How many Eastern men have you seen? If you say so. Ashley Graydon, Enchante. So... What? What? Why? I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Put it on, Ryunosuke, put it on. Why do you take his hat off? Okay. Accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Okay. Yeah, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness here is to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly didn't feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. God. So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Are you seriously suggesting I concluded with these thugs to break? Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Edgar Benedict. I'd like to know who I had to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. Wow, thanks for being a snitch right away, Van Zeeks. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation. Okay. Why were you around? Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rascallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you to appear to be under a group of misapprehension, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. In your accusation, if your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. silent victory wiggle. Thanks. So Van Zieks is like defending him like crazy right now. Even if certain parties were present, claim that blood was found.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shom's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of those two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shom's chemical was able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Shom's character anyway? You met him! Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. The other Mr. Skulkin.
Right, I've had it the other one. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bro Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Corn blimey, Governor! You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. I must have been him. It must have been him. You what?
I don't have thoughts. Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest God, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open the wound up.
Oh, is that so? Yeah, it'll open the wound up more. Yeah. What wound?
When he took the bullet, of course, it was only 2 days ago. Is this guy stupid? So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and...
Bro.
Oh, Ails bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord.
Yes, Mr. Grayson?
Graydon? I forgot, it's not Grayson, not Graydon. Okay. I have no idea what those two wrenches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, the person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obligated to permit any such invasion of my privacy. I mean, fair, but also, bruh. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Wintermake's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like to that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, Consul. Continue with your testimony. Mr. Graydon?
The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment when a man is killed. Should I press this one? I didn't press that one yet. I'm pretty sure at the last one we're supposed to present the music disc. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Ugh. Quite, now. As you are no doubt aware, the Central Communications Station is the heart of the country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. I like how he does that, like, thing, and then he goes to do the stroke the hat, like the brim of his hat, but his hat isn't there anymore. Okay, bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment when the man is killed. Okay. Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Come again, Sunshine?
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. Your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well, now...
What?
I'm afraid I don't remember it too clearly.
What? But you must!
I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here?
Gracie showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winniebanks.
Yeah, of course.
Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to witness, I must say. He's wearing the same thing as he is today.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Something's like, I don't know, he's got like connections or some shit. It's like the red-white case or something. Where it's like, oh yeah, you know, I have like all this information on all of everyone, so they have to listen to what I say. Because I'm a person with money and power. I don't know, I'm just talking out of my ass. Also, the fireworks are loud and very consistent. Oh my god. That's all he's gonna... Christ. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? It's not even the 4th, it's the 9th. Why are there fireworks? What do you think, Frina?
What do you think, Frina?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yeah, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he has nothing to do with the Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Okay. So I think... Oh, I just realized that I have more health now. Good. Pretty sure it's this. The music lasted. What else do I have? Okay.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Grayson? I mean, Graydon? I keep calling you Grayson, I'm sorry. Why? Is this supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It might have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes, resulting from abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Oh, good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Grayson. I mean Graydon, I keep saying your name wrong. I'm so sorry. Do you hear Do you hear that in the background? There's a lot of fireworks. Or, I don't know, someone's car. Nah, it's probably fireworks. Okay, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Ugh. Oh well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What's your meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit that you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It really was quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking the item that you own out to pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. I can't lower my voice any deeper. As you wish. Now I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Sure. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gunnerling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem the article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear it correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist?
who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGildy and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
Order, well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pond on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilden himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windy Banks.
It's funny how Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windy Banks in order to get his hands on Mr. McGilden's disc for some reason.
Counsel, commence your cross-examination, please.
Oh boy. It's note on disc saying for Mr. McGilden belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer, such as myself, commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. I claimed that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For Mr. McGilden." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. Well, that's BS. I first met Mr. McGilden on a gentleman's curb at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So the disc in question?
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilden hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilden had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's gonna expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Yeah. Okay. Fuck, that sucks. Okay. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused of being questioned. Okay. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequents. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery the day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windy Banks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilden's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yeah, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Oh, oops.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had you taking your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice it first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ugh, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by police. Okay. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McKildred as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector?
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, what's wrong thing? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McKildred's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out, and we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna have to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
Paw print? Is Lord Strongheart a furry? What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later this. Okay.
Hold it!
But perhaps he's seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. But he said there were 2 discs, right? So there was nothing of Mr. McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. Oh, or it was he was after the ticket? No. I don't. Oh, whatever. I wonder if that's really true.
Reno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Okay. Mr. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windybanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the Omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police are obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Grexy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony.
Okay.
Okay, so it's probably this last statement, right?
I don't have any reason to go inside.
This one was... This one was the one found at the... like, at the bank, right? And then this one was in his coat pocket. What else does it say? Blood sample of manuscript. Found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus today. Okay. Mason, okay. Oh, okay. Case paper, autopsy report. Crime scene. Floor plan. Gun. No. Okay, I think it's this then.
Objection!
Welcome back. We're pinning down Eggs Benedict. Not in a sensual way, but in a he's probably guilty way. And he's being a douche. This disc was, yeah. You knew that, and you went in there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Okay, so, remember this guy? There's, this guy, so he's not Eggs Benedict, he's, Ashley Graydon, right? And so before, he, like, cut his finger on this music disc, right? Wait, oops. On this music disc, and it left his blood, right? But we have this thing that's able to identify whose blood is whose. Right? And we determined, oh, his blood is on this disc, right? Because we know that because we saw him get cut. And it's green. And then we saw the blood on the wall. And then we saw his blood on the wall and it's also green. It's like, whoa! That means Ashley Graydon was at the scene of the crime! Wow! So we called him in as a witness and he's like, no, I was not there. You can't prove anything that I'm there. And so that's what we're doing right now. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? My learned friend? Your nose gave you so. Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Oh. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks pawnbrokery. Yeah, he's calling Van Zeeks his learned friend. He's doing it right back at him. He's Uno reverse carding that shit. The reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ugh.
So this is the second ticket, is it?
My learned British friend. Oh, oops. What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. I need to drink water. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Geeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winniebank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What? Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Oh. Yes, sir!
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Shreddy's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained using the plan of the shop layout. Oh, is it the one facing the thing there? Time to break out the stereoscope again? Oh my god. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winniebank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilda's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13 April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April.
Okay.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
Okay.
And then, here we have another print.
It's the same.
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare.
Time to break out the stereoscope. Yeah.
Well, I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I could just have shown that he's stolen Mr. McGilda's pawn box. Oh my god. I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Runa? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution,
The dance of smug.
what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do we accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy, because I can't do it with my eyes.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you need to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the 2 prints?
Where is it? Here it is.
Take that!
I'd like to use this evidence, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically.
Ooh, my favorite thing. Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Cheer number 3, what a surprise.
Come on, Runa. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece.
Oh,
wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy here between these two prints.
What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Well, it's this one very clear spot here.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically,
What a zoom in.
a single area stands out as being different: the location of this small box.
Let me wait. Oh, unbelievable. He looks so goofy doing that. Oh my god. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. Clearly, someone at Scotland Yard can't count. Not at Scotland Yard can't count. Like, the box was still there. It just moved slightly. Which means that somebody fiddled with it. Somebody probably picked it up, opened it up, took something out of it, but then put the box back. Maybe. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Winniebanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked it up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact...
Yes, the very small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing was changed. That may be true, but alright, Mr. McGilda's box wasn't stolen. Why do I keep adding a Mr. before his name, even though he doesn't add it anymore? Wasn't stolen then. But it doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winniebanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Scotland Yard's like, aw shit, we were just gonna go pick it up because we need to collect everything belonging to Mr. McGilda.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
You heard the judge! Oh, you heard him alright. It's a slow zoom. What? I almost dropped my computer. Not computer, controller. Okay.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks?
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Is the audio, like, slightly lagging? What are you trying to say? It is. My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles had value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Oh. Okay. That's good. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into the place for the purpose of stealing some commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill had perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. But he wouldn't just buy it. Yeah. That is strange. Oh no, they were saying that he needed it, like, that night. Like, he needed it immediately. So he didn't have time to go buy it. Or something like that. But it feels like, I don't know. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if that man tried to make a gift for such things to me. Okay.
You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows, Mr. McGill was switching off.
I can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. But like, you wouldn't put such expensive things in a pawnbrokery to begin with, right? And like, if you're putting stuff in the pawnbrokery as like, sort of to keep it safe or whatever, you would probably only do things that are like, have a lot of secret information or something like that, right? Like, Sherlock has the manuscript in there because the manuscript has a story that can't be published yet. Right? But like, of course, you know, the manuscript itself is just a stack of papers. It's not like it's gonna sell for much if you don't know what's going on. Or something like that. Right? I don't know.
Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Oh my god. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Oh man.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know that Mr. McGill is true character, and we know that the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. Yeah, but we'll have to explain to the court. Yeah, but if we explain that all to the court at this point, Gina's gonna be exposed for lying on the stand. We'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything?
But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Right. The exact significance of the things that Mr. McGill had deposited with Mr. Winniebank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? What? You're gonna ask me? Save. Okay, I think we shouldn't have her testify. because the jury is like they were like, oh yeah, you know, the jury stands for the common people, and the common people have this thing called common sense. But the thing is that common sense is, you know, not as common as people think it is. Right? I feel like if Gina says some shit about like having, like already they're like wanting to send her to jail because she pickpockets, right? So if Gina comes in here and is like, oh yeah, I also lied on the stand, it's like, well, that's just gonna make things worse, right? I don't know. Is this like actually a choice, or is it like, oh, free will is an illusion? No, I can't get Gina to testify about this. If I did, she'd be forced to admit that she's guilty of a serious offense already. And for a pickpocket like her, that would surely be the nail in the coffin as far as this trial is concerned.
So you're not gonna call Ginny then?
Well, to be honest, I was on the verge of deciding not to. But we have to uncover the truth here. And in order to do that, we might have to suffer a few consequences along the way. Damn, okay, free will is an illusion.
Right now.
In other words, there's only one course of action for us to take here. No, Ryunosuke. Oh man, we're gonna suffer hard. Before things get better, it has to get worse. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? Why are you crying? Well, the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGill's small box. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Whitney Banks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. Or you get those 5 little stars, yeah. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed, your own. Yeah, I know, Fanzeeks. I have. Please be gentle with me.
Lord Fanzeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well. If you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Oh, she's not gonna join the lineup here? Okay. Alright. Then I should bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Reno.
Luck is literally what we need. You know, they look really similar. I thought they were brother and sister for like a hot second when they met in the pawn shop. I don't think that's the case anymore, but their hair color is like really similar. The articles that Mr. McGilded has deposited in Whitney Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related to Omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me at that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The Omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body being dropped down the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. Trust me, somebody you can call. No!
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
Gina, please! Don't make this any longer than it needs to be. And what about everything you told us yesterday inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Fancy, can you just shut up? Like, right now? Just shush. Shoosh. Shoosh. Right now. Okay? We don't have to talk about that. We'll get to that later, Gina. Don't worry about it. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris... We're on your side!
Believe! Believe!
Alright then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina. Believe in me, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing this entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
Damn, no need to, roast her like that. This is it, then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. As a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Witness testimony.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out of the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me, and that I heard a scream from over me, head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when Mr. McGilden slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, and not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
And there was every chance I may have adjuncted in error in Mr. McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Hey, you know, we tried to be like, hey, yo, Mr. McGillen might not be totally innocent. Like, we said it, you know, if you remember. We said that. Wait, what was that about the East? Don't forget that lawyer from the East who were all in on it together.
You're wrong, that lawyer. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop.
I swear, if everyone turns to black and we have to do another summation examination, I'm gonna lose my head. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilda's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord?
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Oh boy. I'm guessing we just have to press everything.
Truth is that Blackmaker Cove was under your book.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in a storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McKilda was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what I had to say.
What are you two doing? What is this, like, high school clique whispering behind someone's back situation that's going on? What? You two are shady as hell. Okay.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilda and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Oh, hold on. I gotta plug something in. Okay.
Business dealings of some kind. Okay, business dealings. Yes.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor.
Okay. Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but Mr. McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with a knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. And the disc and all. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get struck with that knife too. Then he started asking me loads of questions. Like what my name was, and where I lived, and that. He asked me about me being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Oh, yeah, that's right. First it was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream over my head and then, okay. No! I'm not on it! Come back!
Hold it!
Okay. And then the people on top noticed. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and Mr. McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the salts.
They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Mr. McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know that I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
Yeah.
A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did Mr. McGilda and the driver say to each other?
I didn't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when Mr. McGilda slipped the driver some tin to go to do a run to the pawn shop at Roundabout.
I keep picking the wrong thing.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Windy Banks.
Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Cheeks.
Or because he was paid off by McGilda. Come on, guys. Don't be stupid.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob.
Yeah, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbing with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
That driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I said.
Okay. Threaten you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarp it if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay money to keep it in the lug, stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that he let me go, so I liked it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Jeannie's really playing her faith in you, Bruno.
Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
That's what I did. I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that? Yeah, they're like...
They
Hey, those two, isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yeah, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Nah, it just like looks like they're like high school girls keeping secrets. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. What can I do about it? I mean,
Hold it!
okay, so I can switch to them like here.
Excuse me.
Oh, I can. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon!
Whoa! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
We have been whispering each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? This is like when the teacher catches two people talking to each other in class. It's like, wow, would you like to tell the class about your conversation? Brittany and Melissa. I don't know. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion?
With this bear? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady jet like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking to each other the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Becky has such a big butt. Oh my god, look at her butt. What?
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel.
Who's Becky? Van Zeeks? No. Okay, I'll shut up.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved, the judge said... Oh yeah, because I feel like they're the ones fighting, right? When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and his contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after its trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not? If they were only going to be forfeited, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take that possession of this disc. Take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord. My lord?
Oh. Evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Ooh. Okay. A mysterious little box deposited by Mr. McGilden 2 months ago. There's just no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. We open it and it's empty. Bro. Oh, I feel like it's gonna be empty. It feels like it's gonna be empty. That's gonna be so disappointing, but it'd be like, wow, yeah, the person took the thing. Oh, here it is. That's a really weird shape for a box.
So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGinnis 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
What? Oh! It's a music box for the disc! Oh my god! Yeah, let's go! We can finally listen to what's on the disc! Oh my god. It's been bugging me for forever.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although in truth I had an inkling it might just be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Oh! Oh! Wait, that's, you know, now it's the question, like, why didn't Grayson take it? I mean, the guy died, right? Well, I mean, maybe because we busted in before he got the chance to take it. He only managed to grab it and it's like, oh shit, I can't take it with me. Put it back. I don't know. Whatever, we'll see.
Is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of the disc, my lord. Play it, play it, play it.
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGinnis' disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in Omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Fantastic idea, Naruhodo. Wow. You're so smart. Why didn't anyone say this the moment the box was there?
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Wait, my lord!
Good grief, what's the meaning of this, Inspector?
Music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case.
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now and you can't— Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Okay, what do you think is on a disc? Because in my head, because if it's just like a normal song, right? There would be no reason for it to have, you know, to have Scotland Yard all up in its butt about playing it, right? And there would be no reason for Mr. McGilda to try to preserve it so carefully, right? So it can't just be like a normal song, but it also can't be like an audio recording or something like that because the music box can only play music notes, right? So what the hell is it? Surely it's just a song, yeah, right? But what kind of song would be so damning? So confused. Okay. In my head, I thought, because the first thing I had thought of, because I think it's a myth or a legend or something. I learned it from Danganronpa, but there's like a song that can be played to make a person commit suicide. I'm like, that's probably not it, right? Because that's a little... That feels like it's not right. And I don't think the time area is right either. And it's not a music box song, so... But that's the only thing I can think of. I don't know what else it could be.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Okay. It's Morse code! Right? It's Morse code! Wait. What on earth? That's certainly what- oh, also hi! Sorry, you came at a very strange time. Yeah. And we have the Morse code lady here! Wow, in our totally random selection of jurors.
That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Hmm. Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. Oh, he's a communications guy too, so he already knows what it says, probably. Ah. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? That's a big fat lie! You're just trying to cover up the fact that you know now what it says! Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. He was about to dance. Yeah, he does that. This one's basically hand-selected, yeah. Oh my god. What's his name again? I forgot his name. Lord Chief Strongheart was like... The officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Drop it on the way to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers. Except that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are we ready to move on, Counsel?
Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Can this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It is! Yes! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel, mere noise! I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's only one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. Yeah, it's probably Morse code, saying some really horrible thing that the police don't want people to know, right? But because he is the communications guy, he basically is like fluent in Morse code, right? Because that lady was like logging everything in Morse code, like, and it was super fast, and it's like, holy shit, how'd she do that? But yeah. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from the music box is broken, an unusual genre of music. It's a refined taste. See, Graydon gets it, I get it, you guys don't understand it, it's okay. You're just not the type of person. No. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean that the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Haha, smug bitch. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runa.
I was listening to the boxes before he was popular. And now it's all mainstream, so it's not cool anymore.
Objection!
The sound we're hearing isn't necessarily music? Well, now that you've told us that what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, our my Nipponiese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that is fact, is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet!
Hey, Bruno! I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what the sounds are? Breakcore.
Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes.
Yeah, Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimonies we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponiese friend present proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. Oh yeah. I've connected the dots. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this- the evidence? Wait, I don't have evidence. Evidence? I thought- wait, hold on. How do we point out that it's Morse code? Cause it's Morse code, right? So, our band, no. Pawnbroker's taken. Unit represent, no. Blood sample, no. No. Today's paper, no. Autopsy. Crime scene photograph. Photograph, stereoscope, music box disc. What? What? Hold on, let me save, because I don't know what it's asking for me. Safety. Okay. Evidence explains the true nature of this music. Evidence? Nah, there's no way we can tell it from here, though. Stereoscope. But nothing else here is what we want. I guess we can just present this? I don't know. Oh no, his hand slapped, so it's not right.
I'm afraid to say, Counsel, you were being rather optimistic with that leading obviously there.
If I'm honest, as I thumped my hands just down just now, I had an inkling that it was gonna hurt me more than the bench. Well, at least one of your inklings was correct then. Ugh. Okay.
That arithmetic tingling sound the music box makes is definitely familiar somehow.
It's almost like sort of code. The question is how to show that tingling sound has a connection to this case. Perhaps we should look through all the evidence in a court record. How do I show that? How do I show that? Like, what does it want me to show? Oh, thanks for the follow while I... while I sit here confused. Show. Blood sample. Pawnbroker ticket. Redemption papers. No. What? We checked this before and it's just a stack of papers. And this one was about, oh, like the tensions. What can I use to show that? I'm so confused. Not the bullet, not Strong's polish. It wasn't music box disc. Okay. Stereoscope, no. Post-shooting photograph. Yeah, these don't have anything to do with it. Skulkin Brothers gun. No. The other gun, no. Crime scene floor plan? No. Crime scene photograph? No. Autopsy report? No. This paper, gilded case notes. No, it's just an overview. Story, no. Blood samples portfolio. No. Pawnbroker's ticket coat. No, these don't have anything. What? Gina's representation papers. Pawnbroker's ticket box. No! My armband! That's it! That's the answer to this whole thing! Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. How do I... What do I present in terms of evidence? Because I'm very certain that it's Morse code, but it's always the armband. That's the truth of this case. What the heck do I present? What samples portfolio? This is really gonna end up being some crazy stuff like, oh yeah, I'm gonna present every piece of evidence because what the hell.
I'm gonna have a good look through the court record again too, I think.
If you find out anything, Iris, please let me know because I am so lost. Evidence that explains the true nature of the music box disc is... Because it's Morse code, right? But how the hell... No. It's not like we know anything that's on this desk would help. Stereoscope, no. Just Sholmes' pouch. No. The only thing I can think of presenting is literally the stereoscope, but the reason being because there's the stereoscope guy in the jury and then we can point to the woman in the jury. And that's not how it works.
Take that!
Slap. Yeah. Okay. I'm really gonna have to run through all of them, aren't I? What could it be? What do you want from me? Last crime scene. No. What? If they had like the telegraph thing, that would work as presenting it, but we don't have that. Paper, we can like case notes. Yeah, screw it. I'm just gonna present everything. But not the Sholmes part third book. That's really stupid. It's probably not that. It's probably not these photographs or the guns or the floor plan, crime scene, autopsy, taste paper, mercury case note, blood samples. Okay.
Take that!
Yeah. I don't know! I don't know what it is! What does it want from me? Dude, like, when we get to the answer, it's either gonna be something incredibly stupid or, like... Or it'd be like, okay, now it makes sense, but I would not have been able to figure that out.
Take that!
Oh wait, that's Gina's thing. That's stupid. Of course it's not that. Okay. This one?
Take that!
Okay, it's not this. Start playing from here? Yes. Okay. It's not stereoscope. It's not this. Blood sample portfolio. It's probably not this.
Take that!
But at this point, I don't even know. I'm so confused. Why? Why? Why can't I just say it's Morse code? Cause it is, right? The manuscript. The story manuscript. That's it. Probably not the kill the case code. Autopsy, no. I really don't know. Like, what? I'm seeing... okay, so... I did this. Gilded case today's paper. Autopsy report. Crime scene photograph. Okay, yeah, no. What? You're like, it's some sort of code, right? But there isn't anything like that here. I think we did blood samples too. The floor plan.
Take that!
Oh wow, it's not it. It's a big surprise. Of course it's not it. It's not the guns, is it? there another thing I had to investigate on here or not? No, it's just the for Mr. McGilded and the blood, right? Shouldn't be anything else on here. Not like I can examine things on here either. It's also not here because look, there's a hole here in the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something was ripped through the letter with great force.
Something must have pierced it somehow to left this hole behind.
Yeah, it looks like that way. This is Sholmes in his pouch for the beating, didn't they? Yeah, that's probably the glass, right? How did glass get through that thick letter, but not a fucking bullet? I'm so confused. Okay. Yeah, it's not this. Yeah, I can look at the bullet. Wow. That's a bullet. This is the bullet that was fired from Skulkin Brothers' gun the night of the incident.
Yeah, so it turns out it would never actually enter Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick letter of that pouch he was wearing. It saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital. I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Okay. Alright, just normal bullet. Stereoscope we did look at before.
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, to see.
And then, when you look through up eyepieces, you can see the images in 3 dimensions.
The important thing is to get right is the positions of 2 prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of the stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Yeah, right? You can open it. This we did see, right? But this doesn't have anything on here that would relate to what we're doing. Or anything new to find. Okay. Anything here? No. There's nothing on the bottom either. The gun we also checked, and there's just normal guns. There wasn't anything on it. Crime scene floor plan. A photograph. Autopsy. Doesn't have anything to do with it. Today's paper. Is it today's paper? Because this thing's talking about stuff being intercepted, and that somehow connects to the what's it called? The wire thing, this whatever. Look, Ministry Mole, classified secrets have been leaked overseas by Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, they switched voices.
Asia has a thing here to post the world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and all its allies. I see voices so deep. Apparently they're intercepted to hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 possible adventures so far. Are you looking for a new career right now?
No, of course not.
The thing is, I checked that last time, and then it was... It's this, isn't it? Yeah, it is this. Okay, I'm reloading. I'm reloading! Because I'm not gonna play through the trial with only one star. Ah, it is that. Okay. Oh, come on, man. Really, though? Really? The morning paper because it talks about the thingy-mabobber. I guess they didn't want you to, like, the more you know. Because I was thinking they were gonna do, like, a multiple choice thing, right? And then one of the choices would be, like, Morse code, right? But, like, Maybe they were like, oh, but once you see it, then you'll figure out it's Morse code. And that's no fun. We want people to be on the edge of their seats trying to figure out stuff. So we're gonna stick it in the paper, and have you present the paper after examining it in evidence. Perfect. Ah, my
Take
god.
that!
Okay.
Today's paper, Council. The headlines is Pawnbroker perishes in Pickpocket Thunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you would look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions. I need to drink water. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. See, they didn't even say wired telegrams in the thing. We had to assume that, right? We just wanted to say it was Morse code. Like, what? Okay. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Me, sir? What if it's the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, ma'am. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code?
But I don't believe it.
Wow, all that work just to say it's Morse code. Okay, maybe Ryunosuke doesn't know what Morse code is right off the top of his head. I don't know. But man. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Or we can talk about the contents.
Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in a pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Ooh, the 360 spin! Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence when that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then, by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in the trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But a heinous act of high treason is no less serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit in pork here, Governor. We've got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
The other witnesses on the scene.
My name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Bro.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers.
Gregson.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Okay. He got pushed to the side. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the graph on the other night. Like what? All we did was break into the graph the other night, like what he told us to do. If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Ayo.
Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entries to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov! We did! Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. But I wish that they please keep their mouths shut.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ugh.
It's nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Small music box, okay, cool, yay! That means I can go check it! Okay. Before we talk, I want to check the music box. See how former Mr. McGilded sits in the music box the man deposited at Windybanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then that this was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are the exactly same thing. Exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. Has to be some significance to that, surely. Okay. Anything on the bottom? What's this? Oh,
What is it, Runa?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right! Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it!
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that! There's another movement on the other side.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So you had two discs, they would both play at the same time.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay, cause at the cause I remember he was like, "Oh, I'm looking for the black code and any music discs that are in it," right? He was like, "What? There's only one music disc, shouldn't there be two?" Right? That's why, cause he's supposed to play them at the same time. Okay. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Okay. So this is the newspaper headline. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? It's your work. It's your job, isn't it? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work will never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop, must say something, stop, is it?
Let me guess. Yeah. Juror number 5.
Irregular communications station officers aren't as lowly as you are being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating. Thank you for telling us. Wow, what a lucky day that you showed up today on the jury.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in the presence of an idol, stop.
Oh my god.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees wouldn't possibly understand them. Oh, so they're sent in ciphers. Okay.
Oh no, stop, must say something, stop. Mr. Grayson regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize in the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
she keeps outing him. That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled officer, stop. Currently president of the idol, stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you this, Lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Oh my god. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Morse code. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Never meet your heroes. Also, what do you think? What do you mean it's blatantly apparent that it's not Morse code? Of course, of course. What? Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
Haha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court? I mean, we already had one with the stereo, whatever.
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those two in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is an A, and this is a B.
That was 4. I thought A and B were like... I thought the like singular letters were only 3 strokes. Am I wrong? Whatever.
But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so familiar. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally false. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets are somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things will slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something that I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of the government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Oh. Why, if you look right here... Honestly, Bruno, I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Oh, you're right. Well, come on, Liz. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes. Ta-da!
Look at that. There's another movement on the other side.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So I have the 2 discs. They will both play back at the same time.
Indeed, that is the case. How do you know it starts at the same place, though? I don't know. Whatever. There probably is a reason.
Got it!
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box?
What? Haha. It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
And as the court has heard, Morse code comprised of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box can be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Hell yeah. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, If my learned friend was able to present this to the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilden 2 months ago, striking a deal over the discs for discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit that the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe that the cross-examination should continue. What's talking?
The link between Graydon... I keep calling him Grayson. His name is not Grayson. It's Graydon. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument with more strength, Runa.
You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay. Some low-class brickmaker had no relation to the man. Okay.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilden killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seemed he lived in an artesian quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? Is that a smirk? Is that a smirk? Is that a smirk? That's a smirk, isn't it? It is. Wow, what an asshole. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilden and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have had it in me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from Artesian Quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I can find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If I have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to this witness testimony.
Do we even have anything? Oh, right, this. Hang on. He lived in the East End? Isn't the East End the one that's like... It's like, oh, it's like... shady. Isn't that where, what's her... Gina is from? Or am I getting it wrong? I think it's East End. I remember an E. Okay. Okay, well,
all I done is break into the gaff and the other, not like what we told us to do.
like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping up over for a natter after all them years, but I'd rather had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash?
It's not even... Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're a sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon was an old China.
The fuck? Yes,
Excuse me.
sir? Do you have something to add? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, I meant the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Really? He's the third brother? Is he actually?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, yeah, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute. And you wouldn't have Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always the leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas and what would never have gone through our ends. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscency has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Says the person who pours, like, wine every other sentence he says.
Or the geese asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we all done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless,
The court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentiment story be relevant somehow? Oh yeah, it is. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, a skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run. Gore. What? Gore, them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going on back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose, since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model, the business name, the name? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
Who the hell's Milverton? And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought it was a clever cogs like you would have worked that one out, but
That is... okay, hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton you decided to interject? Because well...
they weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money and so much. His wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see?
Oh.
Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Oh. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all Buncombe. I've been to Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to civil service. As such, your personal details will have to be thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Ugh.
Well, it would appear that Mr. Shulkin's testimony has been reliable.
For once, damn, Judge has no chill.
You were born as Ashley Milverton, then.
Ashley is a very feminine name.
That correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And it could turn out to be extremely important. Ha ha ha! Ha! Okay. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? This negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Whitney Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there's some link between the two men.
Okay, yeah. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Okay, so we got the information that he's, he used to be a poor fella. And I think it's because... Okay, let's press this again. So 2 months ago, Ami killed on Bristol. Okay. Oh wait, I need evidence. They even told me that I need evidence. Okay. Okay, I think it's the omnibus case notes. But I've learned now I'm gonna safety save before I do this, because I know I'm gonna regret it if I don't. Okay. Oh yeah, don't worry about it.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you've had a reason to hide that name. Oh ho ho.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilden.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name is Mason Mil- Was that really what it was? I just presented it thinking, oh, he's from East End, so he's... Oh, wait! Dude, I'm blind as a bat. I was like, yeah, he's from the East End of London, so he's also poor. LMAO here. Wow, I did not see that at all. Oops. Oh, shit, okay. Wait, so what? Was this his dad or some crap? What? Pale, pale, pale man. Oh, they don't have a picture for him. Okay. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say Saint alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ugh, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Ugh. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to Can I not stumble on important moments? And selling it on to McGilden in collaboration with your father. Ugh. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father and Mr. Mason Milverton in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded?
By dint of the music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon conducted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credit whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside this music box?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Oh. Since, if it were fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Oh. So he took the disc from the music box, that's why. He didn't take the box itself, yeah. Well, Mr. Graydon? Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Well, can't blame him. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Was there? I didn't see it. Oh. What? Oh! 2 nights ago. That's what you get for wearing white, Grace. I mean, Graydon. 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybanks pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Shulm's waist. This is a good image. Sorry. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm in one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? You're still gonna do that with the injury? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not gonna go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winniebank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it was. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winniebank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Oh, goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Ugh.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winniebank that night is you!
Hold it!
Oh, ruh-roh. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. Huh? 'Cause he's bleeding? That's why? You see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? What?
Are you suggesting...
I saw it all. I have such a headache from this guy, oh my god. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? And you only brought this up now? Why?
Order, order, order! Well... It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, we love taking risks. If you've shown that your implication is false, you're gonna be tried for perjury, treason, and murder. Holy shit. The triple crown. Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Oh my god. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was near the entrance to the shop. When Winniebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back, as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Bruh. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? Bullshit! Such bullshit!
Good gracious, this is quite an extraordinary testimony.
Yeah, extraordinarily bad.
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Oh my god.
Order! Order! Order!
It was my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Sure, buddy. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Huh? Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered on the accused's coat. Are you sure at that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Oh, really?
If her coat should somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Oh, it's because he knows that the coat has blood on it. That's why he's saying it. Right? He's saying, oh, because the coat has blood on it, right? He's trying to link it to this murder instead. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science. Not some amateur's detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. My god. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Oh no, it's gonna show this blood on it, but it's not his blood because it's not the victim's blood, it's the Mason guy's blood. God damn it!
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with the chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Thanks for the flashback.
Don't move, Ginny, I'm gonna shoot.
Why do you keep calling you Ginny? It's Ginny! Ginny! Ta-da! But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. Shoot him then? What? We can't just kill the guy on the stand. That's Mr. Mason's blood. From when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilden, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Or Benzies, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel,
But yes, my lord!
your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord! This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Cool, no pressure, Yonosuke. No pressure. All these ruffians were dropping. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. Yeah. What do you mean when you say that you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Oh yeah, why'd you do that, huh? You were looking for the music box? Is that it? Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but that old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun out on a little fella, and that's who made him scarper. The pair of you seem to be sending the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
When Winniebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I don't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. So I didn't exactly... It was at exactly that moment it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. Okay. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winniebank intended— oh. Did Mr. Winniebank intend to shoot you, did you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled a gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door.
Hold
Okay.
it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this people in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid drop made out of stout wood.
Yeah, Ryunosuke, you checked through that people.
But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yeah, what? I looked through it myself that night. Eyes. Stare. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Grub. Didn't see nothing on the short, Grub.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winniebank take place. Okay. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant.
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did she next?
The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back, as he was trying to flee. Okay. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winniebank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Oh, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet was from Winniebank's gun. From Winniebank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. Okay, the broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Oh my god.
Objection!
Bullshit, yeah. But no other gun was found on the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. What? At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden,
The broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
Saw the blood splatter all over that wretched kid.
Hold it!
All over her.
Yes.
Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Okay, but the thing is, wouldn't it also get, like, on her vest and everything else? Right? Like, that's... Right? You know? I don't know. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winniebig's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. They only accept Hurley's chemical analysis. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use the evidence to support our case.
Father.
Then she tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
That's the weirdest thing. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole of the floor onto the floor on my side of the door.
Why on earth would she do such a thing, right? Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Then why would she pass out with it in her hand? What are you talking about? Oh my god. No, the peephole is pretty big. It can fit a gun. I mean, like, it can probably, like, the distance of your face plus a little more. So that's probably enough for, like, a small pistol anyway. And you can also go in, like, through longways. It looks more like a small cat door than, like, the hole in the wall. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks our blooming mum. He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull in the gate, aren't you? What? What is this? What's happening?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen.
Ha, 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 ha.
Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this G's a bit of a hooligan, eh?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Then you mentioned the third gun when you got down to the station.
Oh. And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. What that flaming people in the door.
Sorry about that. I could be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
Poor blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me willies.
That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No,
that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
That's because it's you. Yeah, well, I think you might be special case, Iris. Yeah, right?
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. LOC.
My lord! Oh. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test I was offered earlier, my lord.
Yeah, he does eat his fish and chips in court. Of course he does. Oh, the blood. The accused overcoat. Oh, man. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination hereby is temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear they were from the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me.
I hate it here. Oh my god. See, what did I tell you?
Attention!
No, the blood on the coat isn't Mr. Windybanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Maven Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker on the omnibus case.
Objection!
From the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nepalese friend? Well, actually, we have Neep spirit mediums. Sorry? 2 months ago, 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilda's innocence? I did not argue fervently. It is all all the dots. No, technology is not that good. It can't tell that the blood is old or new. They can just tell that there is blood, I think. Because they were just saying they only just found out a way to tell if something was human blood, right? So I don't think they have anything for like how old the blood is. Did you not argue for Mr. Yeah, right? And yet now the man is dead. You brand him as a murderer. Did you not listen to me, Van Zeeks? Our free will is an illusion. Oh my god. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was... I call it barely a disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood from the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But we use Mr. Sholm's specialty formulate. Mr. Sholm's a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held up Pirochki to a starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Your luck shows it's barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. I hate, oh my god, how to punch this guy in the face. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In this town, you've probably met. Yeah, you've definitely met before. Especially if you work closely with the police, right? But I guess to the public, he's kind of only in the stories. But still, yeah. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ugh. My lord! Oh no, they're gonna all guilty again. I'm gonna cry. Watching me like, oh yeah, summation examination 3.
Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman.
If it is a sword third, I'm gonna be so... Man. Okay.
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Sir!
Guilty.
Oh no!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Head. Oh my god. Are you serious? It doesn't make any sense. Why would she throw the gun out the cubbyhole and then be like, oh, I just wanted to distance myself from the murder, right? And then hold a gun in her hand, right? Pass out with a gun in her hand. The fuck? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh my god. She had 2 guns in her hand, but she only threw out 1. Why? It makes no sense. Why doesn't anyone see this?
Well, it would appear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have... Oh, appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how's it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low Is this Sherlock? Oh no. It's the bailiff.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Narhold?
Officer? You delivered a report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Narhold, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Is this... I'm very... Oh no. I feel like if it is him dressed as a bailiff, I'm going mad. Ugh! Oh my, it is him. Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes! Why is he here? And why is he dressed like this? To get in here? Oh my god. Wait, can I'm... Okay. What? What does it mean of this? Oh my god. Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As I would be. Oh no, he and the other pompous douche guy has the same voice. Ah! Okay. As I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance that I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What do you say to this, Lord Fancyx?
This trial here has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go to any more wasting precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then.
Very well done, Council. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, we have 5 minutes. Oh, you got changed quickly. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright. I'm all wrong. What? Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Apparently, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well. Sorry, my eyes got itchy. That concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Is this a lunchbox? What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? Is this from Susato? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't do. Fighting fairly as you are won't to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? I miss Susato too. Is this a cat door maker? What? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ah.
Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flap-o-mat. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
Right.
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? Susato! You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever does she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? Yeah, what? What even? Oh. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Okay, alright. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. Any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Okay, I'll save. Wait, I'll save when you give me an option. Oh, my lord, the defense requests. Oh, oh man. Okay. Save. Cat Flapomat seems very unsafe, yeah. What if you try to cat Flapomat a body? Okay, let me look at this. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what exactly are the two parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat even of the toughest doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the Cat Flapomat is that it's a grim weapon for door destruction.
While Kai's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Oh. Yeah, it's not safe. Okay, so... Did she use this on the door of... the... what? Like the storeroom door? Is that what she's trying to say? But why would she do that? There's already a peephole. Right? What? I'm so... What? Susato, what are you trying to tell me? Defense requests. Oh god. Summation exam. Further cross-examination. Time to sing. I don't think... I think maybe summation examination is not right. Make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Oh god. Further cross-examination? Maybe? I feel like summation examination, I don't know, it's just not giving me the right vibes. Cause he was saying before, it was like, oh, I need to figure out how to, like, get through this guy's testimony. Right? Further cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Requesting your lordship to interrupt the cross-examination. Yeah. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? Yeah, temporarily suspended.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. He had a different voice for a second. I'll remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unrelenting protraction of these proceedings.
But, therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
What?
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
Oh god. What the hell? Also, I realize I froze. What is what? Why is it so like? It's so what do you call this? Like end of the world type shit. Oh my god. Wow, I love technical difficulties. Yeah, that's true. I didn't notice either. How do I do this? Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I'm so sorry. Oh wait, it's back. It's back. You should know that when a VTuber streams, half of the reason is because they have a model. Okay, anyway, that was fine. A single chance to present evidence.
If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. I'm scared, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead fail. Oh no. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! That was a very dramatic fall there, sir.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man is extraordinary strength of mind, or is an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Yeah, no pressure.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Okay. I'm guessing it has to be the cat flap, right? Ooh, the music's different. Can I still press things though?
Objection!
I take issue with your... No, my learned friend. I take issue with you. Ah, oops. His lordship made it very clear that the defense is permitted to present only a single piece of evidence. The prosecution demands stern punishment for any mischief used to make any more of this cross-examination. What? 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 Whoa, 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 that's so not fair. What? Okay. Oh, why are you laughing?
You threw that mischief in your face, Rito.
He just threw just desserts in my face twice. What? Alright, I can only present one single piece of evidence. I need to think about this carefully. Oh man. Okay. Okay, so just kidding. Can't press. Okay. So... I'm guessing it's a cat flapomat, right? But what line is it? In reference to Jolson, I was near this entrance to the shop. When you make through natural recover, so I start painting my arm. I pursued a man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I can see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back when he was trying to flee to safety. Pursued a man, but he shut himself. Okay, wait, no, that's safety. Saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. God, what the hell am I supposed to present it at? Dude, I'm gonna have to save reload so many times. Tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Actually, let me just save right now. In a different slot. Because this one is... What if this whole thing is wrong, and it's actually... I have to go talk to the jury members. Or maybe free will is an illusion. Who knows? So, they said that Susato used the cat flapomat that night? And they were talking about like, oh, it can cut through any straw and door, right? So like, it was probably on the storeroom door, right? But she was pretty far. What? I'm so confused. I'm confused. Try every possible. The idea is that we don't do that because that's the last possible, or that's like Plan Z, you know. Blood spatter all over the wretched girl. She tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. What if it's this? What if she tossed the gun out of the people? Black shot the man back to try and save safety. The man who shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people on the door, though. Right. Well, we know that's there, and that's been there. I think if there has to be a contradiction here, then it's, right, the blood splattering all over her. But I think with everything that's been said, we can't say that it's not the victim's blood. Would it work if we said like, oh, it couldn't have been, that couldn't have happened because there's only one blood stain that was under him, right? If it splattered on her, shouldn't it have gotten on the floor too, right? Or something like that. This is just the same thing as before, right? What is this blue thing? Yeah, it is just the same thing as before. Okay.
Objection!
What? Did it work? Oh my god! What? Okay, alright. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Because I'm thinking the only thing that this thing reminds me of is the peephole, right? So I was like, what? Like maybe she made a peephole in the door, right? But I don't know where else that thought would lead. Like what does that help us? I'm so confused, Susato.
What's a concoction, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come in and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can work all that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap on the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it can help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door that you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Jones.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Right. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said so myself. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed a crime, for pity's sake? Door in the door. Yes, how could you? What? Are you saying that there wasn't a peephole in the door before that night?
Counsel, kindly explain what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. Let me save. Let me save. Let me save before you strike the final blow. Ryunosuke? Okay. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. Until such time she did... Oh yeah, he is saying this. The door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Final... Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, okay, wait, so... But we've been talking like this peephole's been in there for like 20 years. Like, why didn't anyone notice this? I guess... What? I don't know. Whatever. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant, using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. I was in the few minutes that I left the scene. Oh, it was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Oh, okay. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Like the peephole.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in black. In the back. I can talk. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, then there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Look at the okay. Oh, you're so smart. You're so smart. Your brain is the largest in the world. Oh shit! Wait, I can't really tell because the thing is kind of covering it. I thought it was just higher up, but I guess there really isn't a people in there. Seriously? Oh! And then it appeared. What? No way! What? This has been here the whole time! And it's so tiny! Oh. I was, my genius is subconscious. I did not realize. Your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Ugh.
Order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Well, we can try it out.
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, cooey, time for dinner!
When'd you make this?
Meow. Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. What does not make cat flap? Oh wait, why is he British?
What does not make cat flaps in the Old Panelly at the Old Bailey?
I am not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windy Briggs was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps, my cat flapomac crease are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windy Banks are an exact match.
Ugh.
Hehe, Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it is my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Huh? I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah, okay, so that's when the photos come in.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she now cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runa. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
We love metaphors. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. That's fucking right.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door at Windy Banks storeroom was created after the event and not before.
So, here's the photo.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print Shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ugh.
Okay, the thing that confuses me, because I'm pretty sure that when Ryunosuke went to find the bodies and looked through the peephole, there was like a handle on it, right? But the cat flap maker doesn't make like a handle. Like, that's the one thing that I'm confused. Or maybe there wasn't a handle and I'm just crazy. But, you know, confused. Mr. Grayson! You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony... Whoa, the 360! It's a catalog of lies! We love the ballet spin.
Order! Order! I'm satisfied with the defense, that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness's testimony was entirely yes.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistance guilt can no longer be denied. This woman tampered with the crime. Bro, come on, this is the least of your worries right now. Oh my god, there's so much else you can worry about. The fact that this guy is like also committing treason at the same time, like what the hell? But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks?
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. What? Oh, he's just saying that, oh yeah, he lied in his testimony, but this doesn't mean that he killed him. Oh, shut the fuck up, Banzies, come on. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. The fuck? Oh, please. I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. What do you mean they're right? I don't have the definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Did they say that?
Isn't that right, Runa? As Hurley always says.
Someone got that. Yeah.
One line begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you've told make no sense. Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something that you shouldn't have known. Oh, okay, so we're gonna talk about the coat, right? I didn't say this before, but like, the coat, right? He says like, oh, there's blood spattered on it, right? If you do the blood test, you can find that there's blood spattered on it. And it was really weird that he made this very specific claim, but then it was like, oh, of course, then he probably knows that it was actually Mason's blood that was on the coat, and not what's his name? Not whatever Bank. What's his name? Windy Bank. Not Windy Bank, right? It was Mason's blood from 2 months ago, right? which means that he would have known that about all the events that happened in the omnibus case, right? In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. I was right. One line begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, third gun to people, the bloodstains on the coat! The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrange's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you have possibly known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... He's like, aw, shit. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? Oh, what? Well, obviously,
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Is that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads had to thoroughly examine it all. So I gave the order to have the officers working round the clock in shifts too, so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis in your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Ugh. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed a crime take place to the people in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zinks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to get back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more that I had to add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Okay, that was weird. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of the bad people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Okay, I see how this is going. Ugh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. Yeah, basically somebody told him, like, kind of, what to say? Either what to say or that there was a peephole there, right? And it's probably based on, like, what he just said. It's probably Gregson. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Right? And also, because they were doing that, like, thing earlier where they were, like, whispering while Gina was testifying, like high school girls.
Who is this person in question, counsel?
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Well, that would be Tobias Gregson.
Take that!
Right? The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better some proof to substantiate such rash claim, my learned friend. Oh boy. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only through the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1 hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here with the communication from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned by his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Ugh.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Runa.
What is it, Iris?
There's that one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it. It's when the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Yeah, Mr. Graydon and the Inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag. You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give— What? The second music disc? Is it? Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. What? Will I—
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent to the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there should only be one thing that he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yeah. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. It would connect all the dots.
I must press your answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with him?
Okay. It's either this music box or music box disc, but I think it's a music box, right?
Take that!
Aha! Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? What are you getting out? What are you getting out now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding door could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little...
Let's go! Order! Okay. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that's what it is, mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has been taken in as evidence now.
Yeah. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on a QT. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire a second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving his false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon would have been known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. They're both...
Objection!
I stress if. I look at it, I don't want to say if. The sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? What are you saying, Yunosuke? You literally said so earlier. Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. Ne'er. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then do you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes. The defense demands that Inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector?
Is he not? Does he not actually have it?
This young man wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me in my profession quite enough.
Oh.
However, if you'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I'll be happy to submit to a police search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend.
You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of this inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Oh god. Oh god. That sounds serious. It was just a joke.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks at our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Yeah, he agreed to it so readily, which means it's probably not on his person, right?
Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one more time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. I'm gonna save first. Okay. Okay. Search. Someone else? Maybe it's not even on him right now, and it's still on, what's his face? What's his name again? I totally forgot. Why can't I remember his name? Graydon and Gregson. Wow, they're so similar, the name. Okay. Graydon. Maybe? I don't know. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Oh, well. Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Did I press the wrong thing? Very well then. I think I pressed the wrong thing.
Objection.
Oh. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. The fact that our slap was, like, not heavy makes me concerned that we pressed the wrong one. What?
Now what's all this?
I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you. Oh!
Runa's doing what y'all told him to do, having the courage of his convictions. So you should all respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Yeah, tell him, Iris.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be.
Counsel, whom do you request a search?
Okay, it's gotta be Graydon, right?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once.
Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon.
Oh my god. Au contraire. Oh man, I don't know. Maybe it's wrong. I don't know. I don't know. How do we get here from so much everything else? Okay. And so the brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Of course, because you danced. Then why did he go through all that thing? Royal Council? Wait, if it's not him, then it's still Gregson? No, no, no. Oh, strong heart. Yeah, call him in here. He has the disc. Oh my god. What? Is it not Gregson then? Second disc. Suzato was 16. Yeah, she's 16. Suzato is 16. Iris is 10. Everyone. Oh, and Gina is 17. Everyone else is an old shit. Oh man. Okay, let me save. Okay.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands the person be was. Oh wait, no, this is just a default answer. What possible relation could exist between this person and the case, counsel? It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. The defense counsel's aim is humiliation. Perhaps this will give a taste of his own medicine. Okay, so I think
If Grexy doesn't have the disc at the moment, the question is where he have hidden it.
the trouble is he's been in the witness stand the entire time in full view of everyone in the courtroom. Not an easy situation in which to go about hiding anything, really. So he hid it on another person, right? But not. Oh, okay. So then one of the brothers, the Skulky brothers. Oh god, this is gonna be tough with only two hearts.
Take that!
Oh, my lord. Mr. Nash Skulkin. What? Oh, wait. Maybe he hid it. Okay, because there was that one time, that Gregson got like really angry at Pearboy, right? And he like grabbed his collar and shook him, kind of angry. And everyone was like, and then we were like, whoa, that's really out of character for Gregson to do that, right? Maybe he hid it when he was shaking the guy. Well, I never. Me? Well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. But please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
See? Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
His face.
Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah!
Here, my lord! In the witness's pocket! I found this! Ah,
Good lord, that's...
another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
Best witnesses. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Ooh, it's 360. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh yes, best witnesses. The ones who are burglars that have seen the crime. Nah, I'm kidding.
Order, Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, will you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector had traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in the trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance that the second disc in your jacket... By any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I meant to nothing of the sort. Yeah. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't, thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did.
I was with you. I would been born a brother, I was. What? And what exactly happened to make that detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled like that and started shaking me. Why the blazer didn't you mention the third gun when you got down at the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right in my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it.
You...
I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have just submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself reviewed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush.
Okay, yeah.
Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there is a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all pretense.
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain. What? 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 Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Wow, this guy fucking sucks. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? Like, what? Like, you can shoot someone dead and be like, what? You think I did it? You can't prove anything. Like, what the fuck? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making the deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
It's quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in conducting a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Bro.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop currently in the presence of idle stop.
Oh my god, can you, like, please? She hasn't been paying attention at all. She's like, wow, he's so hot. Like, that's the only thing in her mind. Like, man, he's a killer.
Secondary.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. Those 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now.
Is Kenny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Oh my god. Are they kidding me? Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank, or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he has struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to court.
Okay, so it's either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole the government secrets, or evidence that proves that Gregson was admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Oh, shit. I don't think I can prove that Gregson struck a deal with him. Can I? No. But like my line is like, isn't what we've done, is it not proof enough? Like, huh? If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their lenience, Jaina will be found guilty.
There is no choice then, Runa. You'll have to throw in some more evidence at them.
Yes. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Oh, would I prevent evidence again? Oh no! Let me save. Let me save. Leave it to the jury. My god. Okay, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay. Oh, shit. But what can I present against Graydon that I haven't, like, already presented? Like, Jesus Christ. Literally, I don't- what? Like, what? What? What do you want from me? I don't- what? 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 What do I- I'm broken. No. Oh man, I'm super lost. I have what? Where? Like, I don't. What? What do we? What? Inspector. I'm so confused. Wait, hold on. Inspector Gregson made a deal with him. How can I prove that he made a deal with him? Can I even prove that he made a deal with him? I would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box.
And this movement is like the other one. The cone teeth are all the same length.
So, this movement also produces a single tone, like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Okay, well that doesn't help us here. Ugh. Oh god, I'm really lost. What? Okay. Gregson doing the thing. What can prove that? Can you even prove that? Shows us polished music this box. Here's scope. Pushing. Photograph. Right here. I'm seeing floor plan. Photograph. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Autopsy report. It's paper. What? I mean, if we're going by evidence that we haven't used, it's gonna be Iris' manuscript. But that's not gonna be- that doesn't have anything on the case right now. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. And we also can't read it either, so it's literally just- it's just a stack of papers. With the name on it. Oh, we can see like some text, but like, come on. You can't read that. Blood samples portfolio. No, cause they don't trust that shit. Identified Mr. Mason. but Gina's representation paper. No. Mom broke its ticket. No. What? What on earth? What on earth? I don't know. Okay. Okay, I'll just try Graydon, I guess. So he said, either prove he killed. Oh, wait, this is about the music box. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winniebank or stole those government secrets, right? Oh god. Oh, but I don't have anything, right? Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he struck on the stand.
Huh? What?
Those stereoscope! Yeah! See, if we look at you two through the stereoscope and then blend you two together by crossing our eyes, we'll see that you two both become I don't know, a giant piece of shit. Ugh.
Take that!
Wait, that's not what I wanted.
What are the discountable?
Irrefutable proof, my lord. Of the corrupt dealings that went on between the two men. Yeah, it's not. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Ugh. Really, counsel. At this stage in the proceedings, I would have expected a more considered argument.
The bench will be duly penalized.
Okay. I'm so... He only struck that deal at the very last possible moment, when they were in the stand. What's more, there's no love lost between them, clearly. It's strictly business.
If you think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes.
Yes, punishable by death.
So I don't think Old Silky's gonna admit to either anytime soon, do you?
No, but Gregson, on the other hand, he's just refusing to admit what happened because he's sworn to secrecy, out of a sense of duty.
I wonder, if Grexy's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, then perhaps to pry them open, you're gonna have to be determined enough to do your duty too, Runa.
Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders, so... What? No, what are you talking about? I don't get it. Wait. Sealed because he's... So we have to... Sealed because he's determined to do his duty. He's refusing to admit what has happened because he's sworn to secrecy out of a sense of duty, right? Right. Okay. Cause Graydon is like he's not gonna admit to anything because he's trying to protect this asshole, right? So they pry them open. You're gonna have to be determined enough to do your duty too. Of course, you do anything follows orders. So what? Irrefutable proof of a misclick.
I urge you to consider this as your final deed in this trial.
It's my last chance. Okay. I need to load from my previous save, sir. Okay. Inspector Gregson. Because he can't refuse her. That would be really funny if that was actually the case. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did not in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
What? So this is- wait. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One piece of evidence to get the detective to admit the deal he had clearly struck with me. What? Okay, so what? It's literally what? Like blackmail? Like, oh yeah, you better, you better tell us or we're gonna figure out what's on this music box disc. Is that what's happening? Because he really didn't want this in evidence, but it's in evidence anyway. He has to recover this and bring it back to whatever. Right?
Take that!
Is that...
Mr. McGilda's music box disc, Counsel.
Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilda's special music box ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Oh, goodness, this disc, Counsel.
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector! Eh. Oh, I forgot we also have the second disc. Technically, have the second disc. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit to the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
I know, that's what we're saying, that you should admit to telling that you made a backroom deal. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court. And all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Ah, that's what they meant. Because this, right, because I was like, isn't this like kind of blackmailing him? Right? Like, oh yeah, you better admit it or else. Right? That's what Iris meant. Okay. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Hi. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds played at that music box.
Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Van Zieks doesn't care about the police. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to law. Is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul.
No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
Yeah, we need someone to interpret it, please.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, a minute. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bluey box up. Ooh. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential details in exchange for his music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Ugh. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here and standing together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile.
Shut up!
Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. All information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storage room door, the bloodstains on the overcoat.
Oh, he knew about the bloodstains on the overcoat. Okay, never mind. I thought it was... I guess that makes sense, because he wouldn't have known about the omnibus case anyway. Okay. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still reviewed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But it didn't turn out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Ugh. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape the conviction of a very serious crime. Namely, this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Oh my god! Traitor! Oh my god! What? Gregson! Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! Is Gregson okay? Oh my god! That's it then. It's all over. Holy shit. What? Oh my god. Thoughts? I despised my life growing up. Oh, this is this guy. Those slums were vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. I'm sorry, I will talk better. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Oh. You're free with queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry Communications Office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. And my audio is gone. Hold on a sec. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been the music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Oh.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty has never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need a music box disc made.
Music box disc, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell in the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch me my tools, will you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information into two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
Ooh. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Or why it was on that omnibus 2 months ago. Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself.
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
"Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise I won't take your money anymore."
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He'd never know. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found myself
found out what sort of monster McGillard really was. So, after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Wait, so he's the one who set the bus on fire? Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt have to be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arguments 2 months ago, or in my arrangements 2 months ago. Yeah. So there was a murder on the omnibus, right? The bus. Omnibus. Like, it's like a carriage, right? And then, so the omnibus was brought into the courtroom as evidence, and McGilded was the one who killed someone in the omnibus, which was this guy's dad, right? But at the very end of the trial, after it was all over, McGilded got declared not guilty. But then, when he went back to omnibus, but then he was like, oh yeah, you know, someone told me that I need to go back to the omnibus for inspection or whatever, right? But he got locked in the omnibus and the bus got set on fire, right? And then McGilded died. That's how he died, right after the trial, right? Tell us about— yeah, but it actually wasn't that big. It's like, have you ever read Cinderella? It's like a Cinderella carriage. it's like a carriage size, right? It only sat like 4 people on the bottom, 4 people on top. Yeah. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that— so he hired someone to set the bus on fire then? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Wait, by the way, shouldn't your cane be broken? That tragic incident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death in that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into a courtroom. Oh, okay, maybe he dressed up as a bailiff, then?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
Right, yeah. So that policeman who came to tell Miss Gilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened his witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see? A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it was removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. First time? Ooh. This is the first of 2 discs. In the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winnie Bank's Pawnbrokery.
It has a prom broker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
Oh. It'd probably be more secure than him, like, directly giving him the money then, right? Dots. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that we first met you at Windy Banks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had the strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went into Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music disc with the 2nd disc inside missing. Oh, the all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside was missing. Because it already had been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the 2nd disc were still in the shop somewhere. Still, I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your own friends, the Skulker brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe it as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located a music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the 2nd disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my
Yeah, right? Bang. Oh. He shot first, then. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang. So he kind of like reflexively shot him then. Yeah. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storm door to refuge.
I'm sorry. A sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't remember Nash or Ringo ever realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened in Windy Banks on the wretched night.
Man. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Yeah. It's like a weird case of Robin Hood gone bad. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. His goals were selfish, though. His goals was money, right? Yeah. So he's not entirely redeemable here. But, like, killing a guy that was completely on accident. You've become the very monster you saw, and despise so deeply McGilded. In McGilded. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. Yeah, it certainly has. Another 9 hours.
He didn't really kill him on purpose. He was saying that he kind of reflexively shot back. Because before in Gina's testimony, she was like, oh, I heard like 2 gunshots almost simultaneously, right? So he had a gun on him, he got shot, and then, like, probably as just like a reaction, just naturally just shot back. Without the intention to actually kill the dude. Probably scare him, miss, I don't know. The other— oh, wait! Okay, but that was like Robin Hood justice sort of situation. Yeah, but because the guy he set on fire was an asshole! Right? And and the guy he set on fire killed his dad! Right? And he's like, I did it in vengeance. I'm like, okay, sure. I can understand that one a bit better. Right? Murder is never right, but sometimes. But sometimes you can understand it perfectly well.
However, it would seem that we have last arrived at the truth. Inspector Gresham, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and he's being escorted to yard.
Murder is murder. You know that one thing, it's like, believe in yourself, everything will be okay. Murder is okay.
He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets.
That guy's— we're not gonna see that guy ever again.
Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Aw.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This really is it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah!
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Reno, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we would come out on top for a while there.
Lily was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Oh my god.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
It.
2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's brokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. Gilded's property, it seems.
I've never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat on your cell yesterday or anything.
And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turn your attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Yeah, pour your wine. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. What? For me? To demanding that the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If
I may say something on that point.
Isn't that... Oh.
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, ma'am?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. In fact, everyone seems to speak in tiny little bleeps to me. I don't hear actual words at all, I just read a text box in front of...
Okay.
Oh, goodness, ma'am, an unhealthy level of obsession that one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Wait, but didn't Graydon say that it was Morse code, or what? I mean, all for the better, but still. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know Mr. McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. His dad just made random sounds. But McGilded has bought like more than one seat. Like, this isn't the only piece of information that McGilded has bought from him. Like, he's been doing this for a while, which means that this method has been working for a while, right? So it's gotta be something. And since it's like, since it's a thing that plays two tones, then what? Then I guess it's binary? When was binary invented? When does this take place? Well, this is like... Hold on, We're gonna find this out right now. Yes, I know the timing is horrible and I should probably just focus, but no, I need to know. When is binary invented? And then this is like, kind of like Industrial Revolution, right? Industrial Revolution. When was that? From 1760 to 1820, 1840. When does when does Great Ace Attorney take place? Initial release date 2015. Yeah, that's not right. Timeline. When does the Great Ace Attorney take place? Okay. Dad realized the signs when something's fishy and just listening to sounds. Maybe? I don't know. Traveled to England in the 1900s. So it's around 1900s, right? Okay. When was binary invented? Okay, so binary was invented in around 1703, so it was definitely there. So it could be binary. Or it could be his dad making random sounds. But I don't know, maybe he caught on to what's going on. That Graydon was selling information. So he messed it up. Or he didn't, because Graydon technically said that he didn't want his dad to know what's on the discs, right? So he probably tried his best to keep it a secret. So it's either binary or his dad was messing around. But it's really gonna bother me! Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, me lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing that I don't see most days back in the slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. I don't know what her... That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Grayson said that Graydon said... Oh, that's right. Yeah, he started thinking something was off because of all the money he was getting, right? So yeah, I'm saying that it is a possibility.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again, Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
not guilty. Woo! Yeah, confetti! Yeah, fireworks! Oh wait, she's gonna Oh my god! Oh, that's so cute. What?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Imagine he's like, Miss Gina Lestrade, we're firing a firework from the witness stand. You are hereby now. No. Hi. Can we also get a glass? On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. and at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Another guy? Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Damn! He's not gonna tell us! Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. He doesn't say his name because he can't pronounce it.
17th April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber.
It's done! It's over at last! Oh my god. Yeah! But... where's Iris disappeared to? But I'm all alone! Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Oh, I thought he was talking about his name. What's odd with my name?
No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. And I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. Kazuma! This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Defense lawyer. Oh, I can't do his voice. Defense lawyer is only as good as the faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Who? He was there the whole time. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Was he there the entire time? I didn't see. That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when you finally noticed me. The bailiff in the back's like, what the fuck? But you people with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, it was me all along, you see? I can't see your eyes, and it's very scary. Again, you got changed very quickly. I assume you've taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How above board. What? But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you, too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in this. Thanks. Thanks for telling Gina that she has death in the near future.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean?
Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working up winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Boop.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's built like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
He got shoved to the ground.
there you are, Hurley! How long have you been there? Or how long have you been here? Obviously, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Oh. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. You couldn't tell her.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to have. You seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in some trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ow.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight.
Alright, yeah.
But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm going to be nowhere for a while.
You heard the judge's patter. I've got stopped to make amends for, apparently. All the offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the bog trotter's stuff, well... taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in log, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But dipping ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking, all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them lot like me in the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can be able to do it. What is it?
Oh, Gina!
Nothing.
Mission the last train. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Odo?
Yeah? What? Why? What? What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
So you shoot me? Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh yeah, it's a good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see.
Well...
Aw. Thanks, Odo. Oh,
Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
oh, Gina! Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Gina! Oh. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite an indomitable prick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside.
Ow, my eye hurts. Sorry.
It's It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page.
Oh my god, did they use the headline that you were exclaiming about?
Pickpockets innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh, my eye hurts. Ow! Okay. I need to wash my hands.
Oh no, how silly of me.
Actually, it really hurts. Give me a second. Holy shit. Okay, better.
But anyway, would you like to hear the good news or the bad news?
Oh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Girly?
As usual, I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer the question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there. Again.
Alright then, maybe let's start with good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm that has left the sea is very choppy. Oh, this huge storm has left the sea is very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it time to wave Susie off.
How's that bad news? That's good news, right? But... There won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria's station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of the number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. What? So you bribed him? Just an idea. Oh, just an idea, but it may be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
What's London, Victoria? I don't even know. Oh, I guess it's the harbor?
18 April 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside.
That took someone longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Susato! Oh, there she is! Over there, look! It's like she's reading something. Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr.
Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to bad weather, you see?
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted. Central London Railway. Oh, okay.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw in the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the people, Miss Susato.
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident,
Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina for dinner.
to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Didn't she? To art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh.
Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runa's armband.
Yeah, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. If I lose it, I will cry myself to sleep.
Well, it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages.
On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flappo map, so I put it up my sleeve. You fit that in your sleeve? Isn't that big? And then, I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had in my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flappo-mat to make the people in the door.
As captured by in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first importance. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilden.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of that crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would have never done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
but the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police.
I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That's my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escape it, yeah. You could have been disbarred if you had been, if you've been seen, but you could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Comparable. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life!
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out, and full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Asugi? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? Have fun.
What? Iris? What?
Wait, Iris, what did you say? Oh, I said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
It means something. Asugi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial.
You wrote down the message. I was like, sorry. It's like, wow, Iris, that's literally secret government information that you shouldn't have. What? Okay. Alright. The message was playing on the music box. She just transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see? There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen the chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based off the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
And you meant to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi.
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
What?
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Irish, show your message, please.
I mean, you're not one to talk, Sherlock, when the message is in Japanese Morse code. Come on. Like, she's helpful right now.
Of course.
Ellipses.
But what could this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato's face.
There's no doubt that this message was written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names.
First is Kei Asugi.
Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T
Guregusen. Gregson. right. Gregson. Oh, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man in the list. And what's his name doing in secret government communication as well?
And the last name...
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh, her dad. Oh.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh, yeah.
It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure.
Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate them from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. So... Wait, so it's Kei Asugi. Something Shin. Tobias Gregson, right? The inspector. And then John H. Wilson. Okay. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Bruno come from?
Oh, about the...
Oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there could be lots of J's among them.
Yeah. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University. We can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. is so strange. Somehow, I'm solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today. I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
He is dead. He's the first victim of the game.
Oh dear, the ship's gonna set sail soon.
Yeah, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France.
Okay.
Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
oh. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
It's gonna be 50 days to go to Japan, and then 50 days to come back. Bruh. And it's not like you're gonna come back immediately either, so it's gonna be almost probably a year, maybe? I don't know. A year usually passes between these games right now.
Really, Susie? Oh, now, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? About your manuscript.
Oh, yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Yeah, we still don't know why she knows the name of the script.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yeah?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, where I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. Now, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Susato! Oh, it's animated.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Some bit more. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. Awkward. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train appearance. Oh. Oh. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. You... Huh? Oh, are we gonna end with the objection? Of course we have to end with the objection. It's like... it's like a tradition at this point, right? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato...
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? You love defending yourself in court.
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Iris, no. Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just what the one that he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Whoa! Points. Oh, in the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. They would transpire that I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with "Used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case." And the money I've earned? Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Oh my god. Bro.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. And when I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
I miss Susato already too. She was just here like minutes ago, but man, I miss her. Oh god, why are you here?
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Really do coupon coins hide on the real stakes themselves.
Well, Adonosa knows his father is an innocent man. I don't know, sir. Why are you calling my son a liar?
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
God, why are we going over this again? Oh yeah, we haven't seen Hosonaga in so long. Having delivered Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give one of his offers and refuge in my pocket. A man means a kitten's on board, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Oh my god. I can't believe they crossed paths. Oh god, you. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policy in a new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Man, this guy is super busy, but I haven't seen him doing shit though.
The latest Ranch magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I see that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
Glug, 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 glug.
Ha! Her leadership puts me to shame.
Oh my god. Gregson, man.
Oh no. Revisiting the old girl on the daily basis, of course. Jenny, my old jailbird. Must say, batting with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Pog.
The what?
Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business tapped up. Hope the gossipy neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Are you gonna wear the clothes though? You gotta wear the clothes to be a maid, you know? You can do like what you got with the like one side is the maid outfit and the other. Okay.
My Rally's back on the beat again, all thanks to Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out some small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped happy pins, and my happy wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Raleigh.
No. I didn't say that. Do you hope Raleigh gets like a raise someday?
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
I was thinking like, because she's like, oh, I'm gonna try to, you know, make clean money, I guess, right? Instead of pickpocketing. It's like, is she gonna try to be a detective or something? Like, I don't know. Oh, hey. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Grab over, bruv. That ain't the Ashman you know. We got a time of year to plan to come back and Milverton and Sultan's milk run, right?
The Three Musketeers. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Oh my god. Oh, Susato!
This past 6 months have been a time I shall remember evermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what my life's all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Please do not become the defendant again.
Twice is enough.
Aw. Oh! Aw, lay them there. Aw. What? Oh no, wait, this is really cute. Oh no. Oh no, but with the way this is set up, Kazuma's probably gonna walk away, right? Oh no. Masunaga. And those two guys. Oh god. Oh, and Miss Brett? Yeah, fuck this woman. Oh my god. They never went over her motive though. Hopefully they'll do that in the second game. But she killed, like, she killed her dad, Wilson. So like, obviously she's got something. Her motive. Is he slowing down or am I going crazy? I'm going crazy. I don't know. Oh, maybe Cosmo's not gonna walk away. It's like kind of. Oh wait, no, he's gonna stop. Oh, Cosmo. And Pavlova, right? Or Nico, or what was her name? Nina or Nico? And Susato with the sword. Yeah, now he's got the sword and the armband. Oh. And Susato behind him too, yeah. Where are the pigeons? Lord Strongheart is definitely... He's definitely not clean. Like, come on. That guy's... There's something shady going on and he knows. Right? And McGilded. Can we trip him on the way we're walking? Okay, just kidding. Guess we can't. Ah. The detective. Oh, he walks along with us! Oh, that's so cute. Gregson. Oh, and Sosuke. Wait, Sosuke had those shoes the entire time? Oh my god. Iris! She's gonna follow, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, oops. Hi, Vanzeeks. See, now that you show all the full bodies, I can look at all your shoes. Though, these guys, I noticed during the trial, they were wearing like huge-ass clogs or something. Gina! Gina? What? Is she gonna fire anything? Okay, I guess not. Alright, cool. Aw, look at them! Oh, that's cute! Oh, what the hell? What? Holy shit. My headphone ran out of battery. It's okay. It survived just long enough through the epilogue. Oh, whoa! Pretty! What the fuck? No, I think I took it while it was before it when it dimmed. Ah, no! Oh, and the background changed! Oh my god. Which means... now we can continue with the second game! Let's go, right now! What? The stream has been going on for 10 hours? What? Huh. Okay. Big Quick's adventure. It's... Oh, okay, okay. But if I could continue, is it gonna... Oh, wait, no. Wait, I need to do a dice roll, hold on. Cause I'm thinking like, oh, maybe I can just watch like the first part of it, like, just the first part. Like the intro thing. Or I can just stop here and wait till tomorrow's stream to watch the first part. Okay. So 1 is watch the first part, 2 is don't go to sleep. Damn it! It says 2! Okay, I guess I'll go to sleep. Surprising talking for 10 hours doesn't have that much of an effect on my throat that I thought it would be. So that's good. I feel strong, I feel powerful, and I feel like I'm at the edge of a cliffhanger. Just one more chapter. Not at all. Not at all. Let's see if I can transition. Oh. Okay. We love transitioning. Yeah. But, why did I transition? I need to go to sleep. Oh. Because you should. Would it be bad if I said no? My head is- I have a lot of thonking going on. Yeah, the penguin's great. Cause I feel like, well, cause first of all, like that ending, the credits scene was really fucking cute. That was so cute. Oh, like the way they just walk, like, kind of described like the whole journey, just like casually walking across the stream. That was really good. Man. The message, the secret message thing is gonna bug me for a long ass time. I think maybe because Van Zieks was like, yes, I was betrayed by the Japanese before. Maybe it's the guy who has Shin in his name? Or whatever it was. I forgot the first letter, but it was Shin. Right? So it might be that guy. Right? Because, like, what other Japanese guy could there be other than us and then, like, Sotsuki? But Sotsuki, like, you know, it's probably not him. Right? Yeah. And then it was Gregson. Gregson? Why is Gregson on there? And then, in quotes, Watson, but it's Wilson. I feel like it's just like, it probably has to do with the first case, where Wilson was killed. Because we never figured out the motive for that, right? It was just like, oh... we never figured out the motive, so it was just assumed, oh, she just did it for kicks. She just killed the guy for kicks, right? Which, you know, makes no sense. And, what was it? Oh, right. And then on the boat, right, Sherlock was like, oh, I came back from the Empire of Japan after solving a mystery. And then Iris was also saying, oh yeah, Sherlock and my dad went to Japan, or went overseas, right, to solve cases and stuff. So it feels like something happened there that you should figure out first. That would be helpful. You never just kill anyone first. Don't. Well, I mean, yeah. Don't, like. I mean, for the sake of it, no. Come on. Murder is okay if the murdered victim happens to be named McGilded. Okay. All right. I'll go to sleep. Good night. Thanks for sticking around for how long is this? 10-hour stream. The funny thing is because earlier today I was looking through like Twitch channel points to try to get ideas as to what to do, right? And I remember seeing someone's channel point, like one of the things was like, oh, you can have a 12-hour stream if you I'll do a 12-hour stream if you donate this many channel points. And then I was like, 12-hour, what? I'm basically doing a 12-hour stream right now. Like, I only need 2 more hours and it's 12 hours. Whoa. Yeah. Anyway, okay, good night.